8 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour, and we start a brand new week with you. If you're listening live, welcome in to a brand new week here on the Rick and Bubba Show. We got a lot to discuss. We'll recap this past weekend. Look back on what was a very busy weekend for a lot of us, some not, but for most of us, we were hopping around doing some different things. We'll update you on that. Plus, we'll look ahead to the week. Will a meat could spin? It's on the table, and we just churning right along. Can you believe we are in 2021? I know it still feels like we're stuck in 2020, but we really are in 2021. And so welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. It could be unstreamed phone calls. We have not done that this year yet, so that could happen. Eddie Van Adler, he's got TV rolling in HD. I am Speedy alongside Greg Burgess and Michael Helms. All four of us called the Good Time Gang as we kick things off for Rick and Bubba, who join us in 1 hour from now. All right, well, let's bring them in. You just heard me now announce their names, and there they are. To my right, Greg Burgess and Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Ew. Fired up.
Ew.
New week.
Ew. Yep.
Productive weekend.
Yep.
Excited to be back with y'all today.
It is. It's another day.
Yep.
And here we go. I thought about shaving my my beard, but I just got to tell you this. I got lazy, and I just said I'm not doing it.
Yeah, you might
Sir,
well
I'm glad
stay
you
with it.
didn't. It's coming in and it looks lovely.
No.
It's coming in nicely.
I tell you what, it helped me. The boss, who we've nicknamed Reese, because normally it's if mom ain't happy, nobody's happy.
We haven't nicknamed him Reese. We've nicknamed him Boss.
The boss. Is that what I said?
You said we've
Well,
nicknamed him Reese.
Okay, we
like his
nicknamed-
name's Boss.
Right, yeah, we nicknamed
Yeah.
Reese boss. Anyway, it's normally if mama's not happy, nobody's happy. But if you live in a family and you have multiple kids, you know, a lot of times it's if the youngest isn't happy, nobody's happy. And
Yeah.
so that's why we nicknamed Reese the boss. But he's 16 now. And we went hunting down at the Lenore's this past weekend, and we went out on Saturday morning when it was, upper 20s. But whoever, I don't know how they like judge the wind on these weather apps, but y'all lied. It was not 7 miles an hour on the wind. My tree was shaking, okay? I was back and forth, and it was slapping me in the face, hurting my feelings, but the beard helped. I had, I was out in it, so I had a little bit of face covering, but the beard it'll protect that face a little bit.
Yeah.
I came back and looked like we'd all been sunburned because of the wind. But anyway, it was a great time.
I'm
just to get
keeping
away.
mine because I can't keep Amanda off of me.
Oh,
I mean, she loves it.
There you go.
That's why. Now, back to you.
I almost made a big mistake. If I could just say this on that, what you just said.
Yeah.
I've announced, that Terry digs me in camo.
Camo, yeah.
And I came in very proud and almost said, this close, I almost said something that would have been inappropriate if anybody would have overheard it to my wife about how you liking this right here. I got my camo on, and I didn't know, but she had her AirPods in talking to her mom, and her hair was covering her ears, and she looked kind of strange because she was looking at me, and I thought, oh, she's thinking about it, and then I was like opening my mouth to talk, and she said, well, yeah, I guess so, and I was like, oh my gosh, her mom almost heard me say something. That was so close. It would have been, I don't know what I'd have done.
I figured she's got it all figured out by now anyway.
I know, but you don't want to hear it. Hey, Greg, but you want to hear it? Huh?
No.
It's almost like, okay.
You just said you got a big family.
Yeah.
Right, but I understand that it happens, but who wants to hear it?
I know, I'm just messing with you.
So it was cold, and we saw via Marco Polo you in a tree and it cold and all that, and you said later on that day, how tired we feel after we've been hunting, and we hate to say it. We had to come in the house after a fun day of hunting and go, man, I'm exhausted. But isn't it true? I'm going to ask this. Isn't it true that when it's real cold and you go into those elements, you do lose a lot of calories and burn a lot of calories that you don't normally do?
Yeah.
I do feel you're right.
And that'll wear you out. That by definition will wear you out.
And I announced that to Terry. I said, I know you don't want to hear this because we were Marco and Polo and back and forth, and she was like attacking the pantry and cleaning this, and I'm out there hunting.
Sure.
Yeah. Of course, but she told me to go.
Yeah.
So I guess I got to go.
Well, she might have wanted you out of her way so she could do all that stuff.
And really, the boss wanted to go. So, honey, he wants to go.
That's
so I
it.
got to take him.
Yeah.
I did announce to her, I know what this looks like, but sitting out there and you just your energy that you having to keep your body warm. It just feels like you're just fighting it. And then you come home and you take that warm shower and you're just like done. I mean, done. Like
back when I had a real job, and if you work, even the heat obviously wears you out, but the cold does too.
Yeah,
it does.
You come in after you've been out there because you got all clothes on and you daggum wear you out.
But I brought up Reese a lot. Oh, he had fun. Oh, he did this. Oh, he did that. And oh, we went and got corn and we did this. And oh man, he just had a blast.
Made up a few things.
Sure. And it didn't help any that he came in, took a shower, went to go work out with his friends.
Yeah, she's going, he seems to be okay. He seems to be okay.
Right. There's a difference in age there.
Yeah, there is.
Honey, I'm not 16. I'm 52.
Check his gray beard out.
I think I'm 52. Is it 52 or 53?
I think you're like, I don't know. We never can figure it out.
No, I forget.
Yeah.
But
or you may be 51.
No, I'm 52. I know I think
I
I'm
had you at 51, by the way.
I thought I was 51, and then Terry told me I was 52. But
I tell everybody you're 51.
When did you graduate?
87.
Oh, you're 51.
Why are you squinting at me? Like I'm the sun.
I think you're 51.
Huh? I think I'm 52. You're 54?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think I'm because there's a good portion of the year that you're 2 years ahead of me.
I graduated in 84.
Okay. Ooh, look at me.
Of course, I got double promoted. I really could graduate in 85 because I was so smart. You buying that?
I don't know about that. So how was baby Ellis's birthday weekend?
Today, he officially turns 2 today.
All right.
Which that's hard to believe.
Yeah.
But we did have a little get-together for him yesterday.
Oh, boy.
And you know how that is.
Oh, boy.
And especially with his little friends there with him. And
Oh, really?
It was fun. At that age, you just never know. Taylor and I put the swing set together Saturday in the cold. That was fun.
Oh, wait a minute.
And then we got started later than we thought we were going to, and it got dark.
Oh.
The
My
floodlight
hands.
was on. I couldn't see.
Oh,
and I love stuff like that anyway.
Yeah.
I threw a couple of fits, but not too bad.
Did Taylor throw any?
No, he's not like me. Well, he can. Now that I think about it, but here, this is how they always start off. You're putting the legs on, and all of a sudden you're moving on. You get to looking, and you've got like 2 of them on backwards, and you're like, "Golly, now I got to take them off."
Yeah, and you kind of stripped out one of the screws, putting it on.
You go, I got it. But then,
Yeah.
So we had to do that. I said, got to take these 2 back off. Thought we were doing that. Did that twice. So that held us up, and the dadgum little bolts and stuff are so small, a lot of it. You can't kind of put your finger on.
Oh, hey, cold fingers too.
Cold fingers.
Cold fingers trying to put it on.
Oh yeah, and but we got it done. I mean, and then the kids were playing on it yesterday. I just looked at Taylor. I said, I sure hope it don't fall apart while they're all swinging. But it was great. It was good. It's hard to believe he's 2, but it's funny.
It is hard to believe he's 2.
Did it help you not pitch fits when you went baby Ellis, baby Ellis?
Oh
baby Ellis?
yeah, absolutely.
Right.
It did.
Yeah.
And he loved it. He loved his swing set.
So you had one that's turned 2, and you got one that's nearly here, and then another one that'll be here soon after that.
That's right. I got 2 more coming.
Hey, fast forward a year from now, you're gonna have 3.
Chandler, she's about ready to go.
She is.
And
good night alive,
and then
y'all.
Kelsey will around May. So keep them coming.
Busy
It's
grandparents.
Awesome. We're excited.
A lot more swing sets to put together.
A lot.
Rick and Bubba.
Hit refresh.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. On a personal note, I'd love to thank you, the audience, for the response of my dad being on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Hey, wow, overwhelming response, and we thank you so much for that. Some of you saying, "Hey, man, I got Larry the Leaf and the Thieves. I got the new book that came in. I ordered some off Amazon as well. They came in this past weekend." But he just called, and Eddie Van Adler, I can't thank you enough. Adler works his tail off behind the scenes on a lot of these things, and I got a call from Adler Friday hey, I'm putting some of this stuff to bed. What do you think about this title, that, whatever? And then called Dad. He gave Dad the respect of, hey, does he mind that? And I appreciate that, Chris. He just really, really went above and beyond. And boy, Dad just couldn't. Boy, he loves him more than Eddie Van Adler. He was like, my goodness gracious, the little write up he did and everything else. So. Thank you, Adler, for all you did. You do it every weekend with the podcast, but on a personal level, I really appreciate that when it comes to my dad. But he just loves the audience and loves the feedback that he's gotten. And, I wasn't sure how to set it up at the house because of lighting and all that. And I was like, I'll go. They have like a little area where, it's a little bar that sits around the kitchen where you can pull up to a stool and eat or whatever. And I'm like, okay, maybe that's it. And so that's what we went with. But it was
what a great title. You did say it, Blind with a Vision.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
That's all Adler right there.
A good watcher listen to. Make sure you make sure you do it.
Yeah.
It'll bring a lot of joy.
So Dad knew I was hunting. Well, he knew I was hunting, but I don't know if he kind of like with us, but if your parents get something on their mind, they want to talk to you right now. So I'm hanging on the tree, talking about going back. I'm hanging on the tree, also, decline. Hey, Dad, I'm hunting. Can't talk.
You text him?
Yeah. Cold fingers. Texting. Hey, Dad, I'm hunting. I can't talk. I'll holler at you later. And then in between hunts, we were doing some different things, and I never did call him. And cell signal is terrible down there. Depending on what green field you go to, it will depend on if you have any cell signal at all. Which is isn't that kind of why you went down there too, just to get away from everything? Yeah. So I wasn't able to call him. So afternoon hunt, I settled down. Hey, Dad, I'm sorry, I can't talk or whatever. But I finally hooked up with him, and that's what he was wanting to say. He's just wow the response. So that was great, and thank you to Rick and Bubba for allowing us to talk to him. But he's an amazing man, amazing story, isn't it?
It
Something
really
else.
is.
And so looking at this past weekend, different things, you were talking about, Helmsy, your dog and an investigation you got going on with your little frou-frou dog.
Yep. A couple things. One, before we get to the dog, we went out to eat dinner Saturday night.
Okay.
With some friends. The first time that we have been out to a restaurant as a family. Now, we were missing one kid because they were at somebody's house and all that. But first time we'd been out. Mm-hmm. Guys, I didn't see a mask anywhere.
Really?
I didn't see social distancing anywhere. It was really, I thought, wow, so this establishment and these people act as if nothing is going on.
It is weird how when you go to different places, it can be all about it or who cares.
I can't figure why the numbers are so high.
I know. Mm-hmm. And we felt bulletproof. Our family felt bulletproof in there.
Talking about antibody family?
And I even had people looking at me because I went in with my mask on. And kept my mask on until I sat at the table, and I had people looking at me like, "Why are you wearing a mask?"
Yeah, like I say,
it was really strange. Mm-hmm. All right, to the dog. So we've noticed something over the last month or two, and we hadn't really done anything about it just because we didn't think this.
You're a noticer,
and so we noticed the dog was drinking a ton of water, and I guess I can just say urinating a lot more than normal.
Yeah, if you drink water, you'll pee.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, well, is this normal or whatever?
Peeing inside or outside?
Inside because
really?
Because that's part of it is having some issues there and we would feel.
Are we peeing on the hardwood floor, or do they have little pads?
We ended up putting pads down.
How's that make you feel?
I can't stand it. But it was one of those things where months have played out, and so we'll notice these things like we'll fill the water bowl up and like. Normally it'd take like 3 days for a dog to go through that. And it'd be gone in 30 minutes. And we're like, what is going on? And so we were talking to someone else about it, and they said, hey, you better check. Your dog may have diabetes. And I'm like, what? Diabetes in a dog?
Oh, yeah.
And they're like, oh,
Yes.
yeah. And what you're telling
Chloe got
me,
checked.
a lot of the things that you're telling me is symptoms of diabetes. And I'm
Oh,
like,
no.
are you kidding me?
Helmsy.
And I heard Amanda the first. She's like, I am not giving a dog a shot. What's it? What happens? Like
Famous last
Unless
words.
it's just some medicine you give them.
and I think it may be, but so I guess we're going to have to take our dog to the vet like in soon,
Yeah.
because I think, and I'm even reading more about like a ravenous appetite, and I've noticed that the dog has always been, if she hears the sounds that ovens and stoves make, it's always alerted her, and she's came. But it's to a point now where you sit down with anything, she's just ravenous about it, and so that's one of the symptoms.
Word of the day.
Urinating is one of them, and of course this drinking of water. I've never seen a little dog drink so much water. Yeah. It's amazing. I get you trying to stay hydrated, Lexi, but you're out of control.
Yeah.
Wow.
You
can be like Greg and pull up every Saturday morning to the vet to get to medicine.
Now here's the thing. And I don't. This is what I want to talk about, Greg, because you're in this world, and I don't know what. I'm reading where this it could cost me $40 to $100 a month.
What? Really?
For diabetes? I don't need that.
Hold on. Wait a minute.
I'm not in that barrel.
Hold on. No way.
Chloe's is not.
Now, of course, I'm just reading about it. I don't know if that's true or not, but these articles are pretty.
It's a lot of money, y'all.
That's. You think about it, for a dog to give them insulin or whatever it is, I don't know.
Well, you just got to get her checked. Got to get her checked, and then you'll know.
That's the first step.
But here, do this. Don't
Wait, do you get the bill
mention.
for that?
Hey, don't mention why you getting them checked, and let's just see if the vet says it. Just say, hey,
I see what you're saying.
I want a one over here. Let's go.
Trying to pull.
No.
That's how they get you.
No.
Liar, if you
I'm
want
just.
it.
Hey, why are you getting a check? I don't know. She seems to be real
Drinks
thirsty.
a lot of water.
Drinks a lot of water and
Urinating everywhere.
Yeah, we just want to get her checked.
Maybe
Just
a ravenous
leave it there.
appetite.
Speedy. That's how they get you, isn't it?
Well, don't give them the idea.
Well,
and
you
I'm
never
not
know.
saying vets are crooked. I'm not
See,
doing
the dog
that.
can't tell them no different.
I'm not saying that.
The dog can't go, no, actually.
I'm just saying, hey, could you give her a full physical and let's see what we got. Drinking a lot and peeing all through the house.
There you go.
It gets in the cracks in the hardwood. That smells good.
Yeah, it's good.
Oh
yeah.
Yeah.
Good
It's got to
gracious.
stop. It's
How
gotta
about
stop.
as a grown man if you're putting down a pee pad in the house for your dog? That's good.
Yep.
Isn't it funny how they
Amanda's
go
off.
to them, though? Isn't it
I know.
crazy?
Amanda's off this one day this week, and so I think that'll be the day where we tend to.
Well, you need to go.
And on rainy days, it's bad too because it's like you're a dog. I know the grass is wet. Get out in it.
I know.
What are you doing? It's like they're looking at us. No, I'm gonna go back inside and use the bathroom. No. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. It's a brand new week. Thank you for joining us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
$25 minutes till the top of the hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you so much for tuning in. Rick and Bubba join us in 30 minutes from right now. They are in the building, getting ready to go on deck, fired up to start a brand new week with you on the Rick and Bubba Show. Eddie Van Adler, he is here. Greg Burgess, Michael Helms, I'm Speedy. And we thank you for being with us. A very busy past weekend when it comes to sports, and we have another one now. If you're listening live, we have a college football national championship game. Alabama and Ohio State live from Hard Rock Stadium in Miami, Florida tonight. And I was talking with my dad yesterday, and I'm like, Dad, I don't know about y'all. I mean, you're living the retired life, but I know how y'all like to go to bed early. I said, it's a 7 o'clock Central start, and I said, the staff on the show always struggles with that. And I struggled with it last night with the Browns and the Steelers. They had a 7 o'clock start.
I know.
And, you have
the Browns blew it up.
It's kind of like you have that 10 p.m. Decision to make. It's like, okay, am I going all in? Is it a ball game? What's up?
Is that when you make the decision 10?
It's around 9:45 to 10.
Mine's 9:30.
Yeah.
That's when I make my decision.
Once I break 9, I go, okay, now how's this game going?
Yeah.
Is it worth it?
Right. And you hate to turn it off because then you're like, okay, this is like tonight, for instance, this is the last college football game of the year.
God, can you believe all that mess this season's been?
We've made it. We've
actually got a national championship game, we think.
Let's let them kick it off first. You never know.
But wow, what a wild ride.
Yeah.
It has been.
But you do have a decision to make tonight when it comes to college football. If you're all in and you're a fan, it doesn't matter what the score is. But if you're just a college football fan, then you do have a decision to make. I know we will at the house. I think my plan is right now is that I am into the end.
Oh yeah.
These
should be a good game.
I was going to say,
I think
I can't think of two other teams that look more similar.
Yeah,
to one
fun
another.
to watch.
Mm-hmm. I mean, this is the matchup looks really good on paper.
If Justin Fields, he got hurt at the ribs or whatever, and then he toughed it out, and
he played pretty well after.
He did.
Yeah.
He don't know what kind of shot he got at halftime, but
he's had a week off now. Yeah, I'll be good.
Right. But you just wonder, okay, is he a little bit more banged up than everybody's talking about?
We'll see.
I don't know. We'll see if he
It looked
comes
like a
out
car
looking
wreck.
fine.
I know that.
It did.
He got hammered. Of course, the guy got ejected.
Well, and that might balance it out a little bit. Now he won't be running all over the place like he normally does.
Yeah, for real.
Because you got 6 out there for Alabama and Smitty.
Possibly
and then
Waddle.
Olave, and that's another thing I want to get to. Olave for Ohio State. Those two are very similar. And so then you got the thing, is Waddle going to play? You going to see him in pregame? And will he be effective?
Yeah.
Right. All right.
Exciting stuff.
Do y'all get all caught up in the moment, like, oh, this team's got to win the national championship or whatever, and then you get a couple of years down the road and you forget who's even the past winners.
Yeah.
The other day I couldn't remember LSU won it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Can
that wasn't that long ago.
Can y'all tell me the last 3 or 4 winners?
LSU, Clemson, Alabama.
Yeah.
LSU.
And that's just a safe bet, by the way.
Yeah,
I don't really know.
You'll just throw out Clemson or Alabama, you have a shot.
That's good. Here, listen to this. 2020 down. LSU, 2019 Clemson, 2018 Alabama, 2017 Clemson, 2016 Alabama, 2015 Ohio State.
Wow.
It's just Clemson, Alabama,
Yeah.
Ohio State. So, it's pretty good bet. Either say Alabama or Clemson, and you throw LSU and Ohio State in there, and you got you something.
Yeah.
Not enough time has gone by for me yet to forget about LSU, but it's getting close. We have another 6 months. I forget.
After the season they had, it was easy to forget them.
And I think
they didn't remind you of last year. Right?
Yeah, and I think that's really what sets the Alabamas and the Clemsons and Ohio State, whatever. Every year they've got a product that is the same as the previous year. Mm-hmm. They just reload. Why is it that some programs, they'll have a hot year and then they'll disappear?
Yeah.
It's really kind of bizarre.
I think it shows you how hard it is to get there, much less stay there. Okay, what Alabama and Clemson has done, and Ohio State to some extent, is unprecedented.
Yeah.
I don't think we see that
Not
really.
today's deal.
I don't think
There
we
was
see what Alabama and Clemson is doing ever again in our lifetime. I don't think we see another program do what they're doing. And it really shows you like as much as we get on Notre Dame, they've really had a good product. I mean, when you compare them to everybody else.
They're not to the level of those three.
They're not. And I don't expect them to be. I don't really expect anybody to be.
Yeah. But it really goes back to, they talk about coaches and, oh, yes, about the kids, whatever. But it really goes back to those head coaches of those programs. They're able somehow every year
Especially
to put a product back on the
climate.
field because you look at the recruiting, they're at the top, but so are these other teams. They're always constantly getting
And now
players.
you got to manage the portal. You got to manage the.
It's got to be tough.
You got 2 signing days. You've got kids committing when they're in the 9th grade, and you've got to try to hold that commitment to. I mean, it's a lot.
There
to deal
is.
with
There
that
is.
They used to not have to deal.
Right. So
Oklahoma's another one to look at and go,
Yeah.
man, you're really, really good at what you do. They just haven't been able to go
make it
that
right
next
up to these
click.
guys.
They do.
And there's only a few that can hang up there.
I know what y'all are going to say. Who do y'all feel like is the Oklahoma of the SEC? Where they're always good, they're always right there. But
Georgia.
Yeah.
there you go.
Which again, what Georgia has done over the last few years is awesome to me. Anybody else would take that.
Yeah.
I know you're not winning a national title, but everybody else on the planet takes that.
Right. It really is amazing that here we are again and Alabama's there. But it's tonight. It's at 7 o'clock Central, 8 Eastern, the College Football Playoff National Championship game, Alabama, Ohio State. It'll be from Hard Rock Cafe Stadium in Miami, Florida, and it'll be on ESPN. So that is how you watch the game and all the ESPN apps.
I'm
and different
assuming
things.
Herb Street and Fowler are on the call.
Yeah. They did a check-in yesterday. I forget what. I didn't see much of the NFL just because of the schedule. I looked kind of. You remember we brought it up at the Friday, I guess. It wasn't going to be an appointment for me, but if I was available, I'll watch it if I'm sitting down. And I think whatever game was on ESPN yesterday, I guess they did a check-in from with the two of them about the game.
You mentioned good product, and I want to say this because I have not always felt like this about the NFL. And I don't really have a team. I'm going, man, I got to watch them, and I got to sit down and watch every minute. I was in and out all weekend. Your 6 games, wacky wild card weekend, a lot of good football. 3-3 Saturday and Sunday. We tiled a bathroom floor this weekend, which is a whole nother discussion. But I was in and out as I was doing those things. And I got to tell you, over the last few weeks, I have probably enjoyed watching the NFL more than I have in a long time. And it is a really good product right now. It is some good football. And we're not having to worry about protests, and they're not shoving that in your face. And we're not worried. Here's what I like about the NFL compared to college. We're not worried about somebody getting ejected from a game because of a hit. For the past few years, people have tried to change, especially the NFL with all the CTE talk and all that. But it's a really good product. It's still even though with all these changes with the kickoffs and can't hardly touch quarterback, and I mean, there was some hits. Chicago got a hit yesterday where they got a penalty. That's when I figured out Manti Te'o was still playing. Didn't know he was still playing.
I didn't either. I wonder how his dating life.
But nobody got ejected. They just went out. They took the penalty and went on. And I don't know. It's just I've enjoyed watching it. It's some good football.
Now the Browns and the Steelers. I tried to watch some of the Titans game.
That was a heartbreaker for the Titans.
And then I got pulled away. Didn't know I was going to be pulled away, but I did. And so I kind of left that game. I was listening to Mike Keith and the play-by-play on radio. But I got back to the Browns game and the Steelers game. And to your point, I guess one of the Browns made a tackle and his helmet just went to flying, and it rolled like a bowling ball over. And Garrett picked it up and just gave it back to him. He put it on, stayed in the game, got back down. And I'm like, in college football, you have to go out for a play, unless somebody rips it off. But it was.
So you had
the Bills beating the Colts.
Okay. Yeah.
And I got notification.
They're fun to
on
watch.
That. Yeah.
For some reason, I like that blue jersey they're wearing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and will that be the last time Phillip Rivers plays? I don't know, but we'll see. They win, and then the Browns win. And the reason why I bring those up because they hadn't been in the playoffs in so long.
How about that?
And the Browns get the first win since 1995.
All right,
in
think
the
about
playoffs.
what you just said.
First-
1995. I
Yeah.
just got my driver's license
Mm-hmm.
Been a while.
when
Yeah.
they won a playoff game.
Right.
And what they did
Well,
last
they've
night.
been through a million coaches.
Uh-huh.
A million.
Well, and to
Yeah.
I counted them. 1 million.
1 million.
how that game started last night was bizarre within itself.
Yeah.
Okay, and then you look
yeah,
up.
Pouncey snapping the ball. He's a center for the Steelers. Snapping the ball over Big Ben, who's what is he, 7
big
foot
guy.
tall?
He's a big
I'm
guy.
just kidding, but he's tall.
Well, they don't call him Big Ben
Yeah.
for nothing.
And it just snaps
He ain't
into
medium-sized Ben.
into the end zone, and the Browns get it. You're like, okay, now this is strange.
Well, and then
There's 7.
Yeah.
Then Big Ben throws a pick,
Yeah.
and all of a sudden there's 7 more, and you look up and it's 28 zip.
Yeah.
But Speedy and Chris Collinsworth brought it up last night. No Cleveland fan was comfortable at that
No.
point.
No,
and we
too
were
much
even
time left in
we
the
were
game.
even scared to talk about it in text.
Yeah.
Way too much time.
You could be
left.
1,000 points ahead, and you
They
would
were
be
up 28 to nothing.
Right.
I think there was the whole second quarter, and
Yeah.
I mean there were 3 quarters of the game left.
There's so many good storylines. I think that's why I'm enjoying it too. I've really enjoyed watching Josh Allen for the Bills and what he's been able to do.
Mm-hmm.
We forget that Tampa Bay's still rolling right along with Tom Brady, and I keep forgetting Antonio Brown is on that team.
Right.
He keeps making plays.
So now you got the classic matchup. Now you got Brady and Breeze, Tampa Bay and the Saints play.
well, and Breeze was my next one. I mean, what is he? Is he 42, 43?
Will he come back?
Will he come back?
Right.
Is this his last run? I mean, there's
Rumor is
and I'm gonna be honest because I've dogged the kid. Baker Mayfield is growing on me as the days go on because number one, I love his commercials, and number two, he's starting to act right over the last couple of years, show some leadership, and number three, he's playing really well.
I've got a tough weekend ahead of me. The Browns and the Chiefs play.
Oh,
boy.
what do you do?
Oh, my goodness gracious. What do I do? We'll take a break. We'll come back. We got a lot of show left. We thank you for being with us. 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Voy a cantar esta canción con mucho cariño de mi corazón a la República Dominicana, la casa del merengue, la casa de la pasión.
8 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. Our number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. Well, this will make Brian happy because I have to read something. I hadn't proofread it. This hour of the show brought to you by CandidCo.com/Bubba. If you're unhappy with your smile, then you need to try them out. CandidCo.com/Bubba. Thousands of people have used it. The clear, comfortable, removable, and practically invisible aligners to help straighten their teeth. They love it. The feedback we have gotten is a good one, and it's a big, huge success with CandidCo.com/Bubba. They feel like they can do that great job for you as well. It works by you talking with your, orthodontist and all this kind of stuff. They loop everybody in. The average treatment is just 6 months, but you'll start seeing results way before that. Become your best in 2021. Start straightening your teeth today, and right now you can save $75 on the starter kit, so don't put this off. You can join now and start straightening your teeth today. Again, save $75 on the starter kit right now. CandidCo.com/Bubba. That's promo code Bubba at CandidCo.com/Bubba. So don't let that be confusing. The website is CandidCo.com/Bubba, and then when you're there, you want to use the code Bubba as well. That's CandidCo.com/Bubba with code Bubba, or you can go to rickandbubba.com and check them out under the sponsors button. 866-WE-BE-BIG, our number. We've been kind of, shooting bull, jumping around. We got, different topics. We got the college football playoff national championship game tonight. Yeah. We talked a little bit of wild card weekend with the NFL and some interesting storylines there. You got the divisional championship weekend coming up this weekend. And I know everybody is thinking about a nap today to try to get ready for that. I saw where Tommy Lasorda passed away.
93. How about that?
Yeah, 93 years old.
Lasorda. One of my favorite managers of all time. Mm-hmm. Love Lasorda.
Yeah. And I see where Tiger Woods, his agent's trying to get out in front of this HBO documentary. Have y'all seen any of it? Greg, I know you were talking about it. I think
Greg watched a little bit of it last night. Or
you didn't
listen.
Tiger
I watched
Woods.
some of it. I knew I couldn't give it the whole thing. Oh, it looks.
What do you mean you couldn't give it the whole thing?
Because it was getting late.
Oh, okay.
It was going.
Had that decision
I didn't
to make.
catch it early.
Yeah.
And it looks really good.
Right.
Really good. Why is everybody mad about it? Huh?
I'm gonna watch it. I saw the trailer. It looks really good. And I've run out of things to watch on Netflix and Amazon Prime, by the way. I'm completely out.
Yeah, they need to re-up some stuff, don't they?
That COVID run
they
where
need to get Cobra Kai 5.
Where I was in the house. I watched Cobra Kai, like all of it, in like 6 hours.
I know.
I mean, I'm like in one set. You talking about binge watching. The 14 days I was at home with Caroline and the COVID, being quarantined, and then me getting it, I have watched everything. Tried to watch something this weekend, thought it was good, and all of a sudden I was like, oh, my gosh, what's going on? Nicholas, I saw something that popped up, swear words.
Okay, I was.
All right, so
it's the origin of where.
And I thought, well, this will be good. This will tell me all about where swear words have come from.
Because we've all wondered.
Hey, I had to turn it off after 30.
Well, they're talking about swear words. What
did you think was going to happen?
But the way that they're presenting it, I mean,
I don't get it. All
right, so let's just put it this way.
Say one of the swear words.
The first 3 minutes. Well, here's the thing. That's what I thought. I thought, well, they may say it once and then give us some information about it. The first, I cut it off really after 30. Amanda looked at me like, what in the world have you put on the TV? It's Nicolas Cage moderating it, and he starts basically the first couple minutes is him going, these are the different ways you can say MF.
Good
and
night.
He is screaming it and
Did you
just
learn anything?
Constantly. I never got to the first origin of where these things come from. I had to turn it off.
Yeah,
I mean, look. I'm not one of these guys that you hear language in a show and go, "Man, that turns me off." In this particular case, it was the most ridiculous thing.
Why don't you tell me where the word came from?
Right, that's all I was looking for. Or hey, maybe start me off something light.
Right,
that's a good point.
Give me the S word or the D word right out the gate.
Into this thing.
Let's ease in, okay?
I mean,
hey, I gave up quick.
Yeah,
that's funny.
And so then I was like, I've officially run out of things to watch.
So you didn't even learn anything about the swear
words?
Yeah. We couldn't even get to the definition.
I know this. Nicolas Cage likes to throw some words around.
I saw an article the other day. I mean, we knew he's been in over 100 movies. and they
Good
ranked
gracious.
the top 10. There's
Are you
movies I
serious?
completely forgot. That's the thing about him, and I put Kevin Bacon in this same category. You'll see him in blockbusters, and you'll see him in these movies that nobody's even thought about watching.
Right.
They don't turn one down.
Well,
I will stop on National Treasure anytime it's on.
Oh yeah,
I will too.
over 100 movies. My
Good
favorite.
gracious.
You want to know my favorite? Raising Arizona.
Oh, well, yeah.
That's my dad's favorite.
Everybody
I
knew.
talked
Hey,
about
Greg, you didn't have to tell me that.
I love it.
I just see the grin on your face every time you say it.
H.I. McDonough. I love it. Hi.
But hey, back real quick, how this all started. The agent for Tiger Woods at Slamming,
Yeah.
he's basically said it's another outsider version of his life that is just off base. It's
I
not.
didn't
It's
see
not
anything
accurate.
controversial because I was
To
just
try to
watching
make him look
spots.
bad or whatever. That's the agent's point of view. That it's just
I tell you the
so
part,
salacious opinion about him, and it's going to make it
Well,
look bad. you
look,
know.
Well, nothing. Of course, I didn't see it all, but
Mm-hmm.
I didn't get to that point. It was just showing. I mean, to me, it was focusing. When we talked about it before, the effect he had on the game.
Mm-hmm.
No one individual has ever done that. The crowds that he drew
Oh,
was it was crazy. It was
Yeah.
like a rock concert.
didn't look like golf, did it?
No.
part of his story is there's a dark few years in there.
Yeah,
Period.
Yeah.
I didn't get
And
to the,
I guess
it
when
was
they get to that point is
Yeah.
when things.
strippers and golf club from your wife to the head. I
Yeah.
didn't get into
And
that.
by the way, all that
Yeah,
is
I hadn't
true.
got to that part
So
yet.
I don't know what this guy's.
Yeah, and I know that the relationship between him and his dad Earl is well known.
Yeah.
But you were saying that they shined some light on Mama too.
Mom's tough.
She was rough.
She was hard on him. And there is one negative part I remember. He was like, he had a girlfriend in college, and they felt she was a distraction. And they even interviewed her, and they made him break up with her and stuff. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What's wrong with that? My dad made me do that one time.
Yeah.
I'm
They
just
wrote a
kidding. That's a
letter.
joke.
They wrote a
Greg.
letter. And, I mean, he
Helmsy, she
supposedly
was
wrote
40.
this letter, and they were saying that wasn't nothing but
She was 45. You needed to break up with her.
Yeah, that's true.
Helmsy.
That's not true.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. Rick and Bubba join us. Oh, take a sip, Greg.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. 6 minutes past the hour. How about it? Another hour has begun. Another day has begun. Another week has begun. It's another Rick and Bubba show, and we're excited about joining the rest of the team and going forward. But we start this hour with the national anthem. Who's ready to go? It is another hour on the Rick and Bubba show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler have already given you a kickoff hour along the Rick and Bubba radio network, America's boldest radio stations carrying the Rick and Bubba show. Our TuneIn app, iHeart Radio apps, live and archived on YouTube and archived on our podcast channel. However you're getting the Rick and Bubba show on all the various platforms, of course, until we are banned and removed and canceled, they're all available to you now. Enjoy them. And we thank you for being here, however you get the Rick and Bubba show. We'll unpack the weekend, a lot of stories. We'll look within the show. We got a college football national championship tonight, unless Ohio State magically gets COVID patients out of nowhere and gets it canceled at the last minute. So far, that has not been effective. But as of last we heard, the game is on tonight. A lot of folks out there in the audience, which we'll discuss, panicked that Bubba's going to pull for their team. And there he sits. Speaking of the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eater's man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Hey, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and associates everywhere, welcome in to your two condescending left-wing hosts.
Home this evening. There's Brian Adams,
You betcha.
the pride of Canada.
That's right.
Oh, Canadians.
Oh, Canadian.
They sent us a few winners.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
saw an interview with him, like modern day.
I like Brian.
He's still out there doing all right
Oh yeah, still drawing crowds.
every now and then. Not not during COVID, of course.
No.
Yeah, not many are.
So Bubba,
How are you, buddy?
I'm good. I kind of I had a very, very good weekend. Really good weekend. Now I had to turn off all the email to have a good weekend, but I didn't watch the news. I do realize there's many theories today that were that I opened email like a mistake, and I opened email, and I think all of you that are reasonable and you're always an enjoyment to talk to.
Right.
But I when you something's bad and you like to shut a door on it and you peek in and go, nope, still bad. It's
like a storm outside, and you're looking.
Nope, still rough.
Still lightning out there.
I just peered back into the lunatic fringe, and before I could get the door shut again, today we're under martial law. The people that stormed the Capitol, actually CIA agents, pretended to be Trump supporters. And the Pope is a hologram, and I just shut it back.
A lot of stuff happening.
Hey,
A lot of stuff happening in the
hey,
conspiracy world.
How about this? I just shut it back.
Rick, I'll be honest with you. I'm amazed because I started
Gosh,
getting.
Greg, it's not
I started
Hologram technology just came away.
I started getting hit with this yesterday. That we're going under martial law today.
Oh, yeah.
I guess that would explain the tank in the parking lot.
Yeah.
I'm joking.
I know.
I'm joking.
You got to be careful.
I'm joking.
Bubba, watch it.
Yes, leave that last week.
And I started going now. Martial law for what? Well, you got your whole range of things, and I said, well, now when was the last time we had martial law? Well, I don't really see the need for it.
Well, and the problem,
because I mean, what would be the goal here? Can't really narrow it down.
well, from what I gather,
there are some things you need to be concerned about. Some of the censorship going on is
no
real.
doubt. Yeah, we got.
And,
well, that's what
that is the real deal.
You and I have been talking in these microphones for 27 years. Okay.
Yep.
And we have been saying for most of those 27 years, when you chase some of this stuff, then you ignore the real problems.
Right.
And hey, listen, this country has got real problems. Yeah. Okay, so I'm not blowing sunshine up everybody's rear end and being naive. Hey, we got real problems.
Yeah, we do.
But listen, we better spend some time on those because they're legitimate. Okay, but some of this stuff, guys. I mean, like I'm sitting there hearing this break out as we celebrate 2 years of Ellis Burgess yesterday on his second birthday.
Big E.
And all of a sudden it breaks out, and I'm like, who is the source for this martial law? And I look, and it's a fat guy on his phone. Are we all? We think a fat guy.
And
on his phone?
Rick, he's got all these military connections.
The fat guy.
There's another one going around too, and it's probably a guy that's a little older than us, probably in his 60s, and he seems to be sitting in like a messy living room, and he sounds very intelligent and looks very smart, but and has a ton of followers.
But he can't pick up after himself.
But yeah, so
let me.
But same type of thing.
Can I go to this?
A lot of people sending me that.
See if I got this right, because it became a big topic yesterday, and I wish you'd heard all the commentary on it. Is now Ellis, he didn't care.
No,
he liked that little basketball goal.
Yeah, I couldn't get him to talk about it for dunking the little basketball goal. Yeah. But when we come back, we'll unpack that. I think I heard that, again, what I just said, they were CIA agents pretending to be Trump supporters so they could go get laptops in all the liberal senators' offices, and they've given all that to Trump, who will now today
it's revealed who was behind the rigging of the election.
And today he will declare martial law and arrest all of them, and show the evidence to the American people of how they stole the election, and they'll all be arrested. But why is he having to declare martial law?
Because the martial law is there because he expects pushback from Black Lives Matters and Antifa, and they're going to be there to control that.
So Trump's doing the martial law.
Yes.
Because he's still president.
Well, if
Flynn's going to be the vice
if
president.
he's doing it,
And the Pope's hologram.
wouldn't you be happy with that? I mean, isn't that what you?
Well, now this guy was saying the message here. This is a good thing. He said it's all going to be over in about 30 days. Now, look, guys, I'm not saying
We're
this is
supposed to
true.
get supplies for 30 days. Though,
Yeah,
right?
he said it's
Yes.
got to be over, and Trump will be in charge, and the good will
Keep
be
the gas
back on
tanks
top,
topped
and the
off,
bad
Rick.
will
Can I
be
tell all you?
dealt with.
I always know that there's something going on when I start getting calls. Hey, how'd I get in ham radio? I mean, a lot of people
right.
real quick all at once. And then this is the other. Hey, what's the Patriot frequency? Do you know what channel, what frequency the Patriots are going to be on? I'm like, what? What are you talking about? Oh, you know, the anti-government information.
Oh,
But wait a minute. If Trump's your guy and he's declaring martial law, shouldn't he be for it?
Right.
I'm confused
Yeah, no.
about all
The,
that.
the ones that they were saying it was positive.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Go there for all the information about the Rick and Bubba Show. You can stand. It's all there. And if you want how you get the show, and we'll talk a little bit today on all the different ways you can get the show, because I got to meet a lot of listeners from all over the country over the weekend, and we'll talk a little bit about that on the program today as we recap the weekends. But so finishing that up, one of the things that I don't understand, because I know the ones that say we're going under martial law today or tomorrow, whatever, and it's Trump he's going to declare martial law while he's still president and arrest all the storm in the Capitol was them going to get the computers, and he's going to show that it was stolen, and then we're going to go under martial law, and there's going to be an uprising from Antifa and
Rick, what's the Patriot frequency?
And Black Lives Matter. So then of course that starts all the prepping. Now, Greg said that they said rural America may be okay, and you need to be prepared for about 30 days. But here's what I don't understand: if it's just 30 days, what's all the dry beans about? Dry beans.
The guy I heard said 2 weeks worth of groceries.
Well, we don't need dry beans.
Well, he didn't say that. He just said whatever.
I heard dry bean talk, and I'm like, well, dry beans.
Makes it more
you ever prepare dry beans? It's a long process.
Rick, I don't like beans. Period.
But what I'm talking about, if I'm going to get dry beans and rice,
beans, maybe.
I like field peas.
If I just, in case my power goes off and all that, I guess under martial law they shut your power off. I don't know. But what I'm saying is, if I'm getting supplies for a couple of weeks to a month, I'm just going to get canned beans.
Mm-hmm. Rick, he said you need cash and you need to top your gas tanks off.
Yeah. Well, see what.
And he had about 80 people listening to it.
Listen, there's people.
Well, there's people sitting around everywhere right now, though.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot of people on the left
who
are having fun with this, and they know there's some paranoia out there, and they know there's some panic right now, and they're playing everybody and sitting back and watching. Let me carry y'all back to September, as we all anxiously awaited Pizzagate. Do you remember this? Mm-hmm. Do you remember how they piled everything into September?
Now, that was QAnon people.
Mm-hmm. And I'm like, September came and left. We had no Pizzagate deal. JFK Jr. didn't show back up.
Is he going to show up after when Trump does martial law? Will JFK Jr. show up now?
Y'all, we got to learn from some of these things. What is going on with some of you people?
Don't forget, we got a pastor. We got a calendar being thumped by God's hands. And he's thumping October and thumping November, and those things didn't happen either. So
what was funny, the guy that I was watching,
Trump's going to get a second term? Apparently not.
The guy I was watching now, Rick,
and a landslide? Apparently not.
This guy is a prophecy guy, Rick. This guy is a prophecy guy, and he sometimes does teach on that. But he goes, this isn't. He goes, these are military connections I have. He said, this is not a prophecy. He said, these are military connections I have, and this is what's going to happen.
Well, it goes back to this.
And then I heard another guy say the same thing, and another guy say the same thing, and they all had these little...
They even used Dana Coverstone as, this is not a fake Dana Coverstone. This is the truth.
Well, but going back to this...
people wanting you to like or hit their...
I know high-ranking military people, too. They're not doing anything special today.
I know Jason Benefield.
Yeah.
How about that?
Hey, Jason.
So sorry, Jason.
So
I'm calling Jason.
What's Jason saying about it?
I'll tell you this: I'm gonna be mad if he didn't tip us off and this happens.
I'll tell you one thing.
It ain't part of the group.
That is a good point.
Hey, Jason's part of the group. He can't leave us hanging.
All they're trying to do is make the right, and some of them are way right. Okay. Look more loony than we've already looked, okay? That's all it is.
By the way, if you want to go on a wild ride, read emails from a one entitled Rick and Bubba listener.
I have.
You're going on a wild ride there.
Well, and the guy, the link that he's given us, this is a guy that's got like 500,000 to 1 million followers and views. And it's like,
but can I tell you something?
Bizarre, and that makes people follow me and view me, and then I make a little jack.
Sweet lady, wonderful lady, enjoyed interviewing her. But honestly, I mean, the sweet grandmama that shows everybody how to cook biscuits has got 1 million. I mean, there's certain things that just click with people. Now, some of it's fun like that, and innocent and wonderful, and so it doesn't really have to. You know, I can tell you all kinds of ways to get. Listen, I could get on this microphone and just and trust me, I could just. You wouldn't believe the followers I'd have if I just started saying, here's how I'm gonna go about it. But here's the thing. It goes back to the things that may or may not have been with Coverstone, may or may not have been like this guy's talking about. All right, let me just look all of you in the eye, okay? The current state of our country, okay? You don't have to have a dream about it. Put it over here. You don't have to know anybody in the CIA, put it over here. You don't have to have military inside connections, put it over here. Y'all all did see what happened at the Capitol coming, didn't you? I did. Because you know why? Yeah. You had a political party that used a pandemic to change the way we could vote. Mm-hmm. That absolutely happened. Mm-hmm. Okay. Now we obviously see taking it through the proper steps did not appear that anybody would hear the case. That could be that the case wasn't good enough, or it could be that it's all politics. I don't know. Okay. So people, rightfully so,
or Rick, it could be the biggest conspiracy that had enough people involved that it was bigger than the Manhattan Project.
Right. Here's what we know: the left, as they always have done, see the book from Saul Alinsky, which a lot of them think he's their guy. They know that when you get people afraid, you can reach and grab political power, you can advance outside the Constitution with the government, and you can manipulate a vote when you couldn't before, because certain things will be allowed that normally aren't, that are easily manipulated. You don't even need a big all the stuff you talked about. Look, if I don't have to identify myself and I'm now allowed to vote in a way that I wasn't allowed to vote in before, that may be all you need.
Yep.
Okay?
Yep.
And I don't know what did or didn't happen, but I understand that we all go, man, this just doesn't look right. I got it.
And you've had poll workers come out with questions.
Yeah,
Go, hey,
and there's some things
There were some fishy things going on. There's no doubt.
And I'm going to get to what I think we need to do, because I know everybody says, what are we supposed to do? But I understand. I'm going to be Chris Rock on all this, okay? I ain't saying it should have happened, but I understand.
Yeah.
Okay? So what you do, you have a disenfranchised, very, very devoted, very, very emotional, easily rebel-roused group of people that descended on D.C. thinking that an election was stolen and that their candidate should still be the president. I do not think that President Trump intended for them to attack the Capitol, and I didn't think he said anything they should have interpreted that way. Now, he was rebel-rousing, which he does at all his rallies.
Yeah.
And so,
that's political speech.
But if you're watching your guy and he's saying they stole it from you, they stole it from me, I'm the legitimate president, and then everybody. But his intention is, let's go to the Capitol and let's show these senators they need to stand up and do what they need to do. Mm-hmm. But then you get over there and some people can't handle that responsibility, and then the first person knocks down the barricade, and then it gets into a frenzy and it got out of control.
But the majority of people did what they were supposed to do.
But there was enough of them that got out of control that led to this and actually hurt more than it helped.
Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Carshield.com. Have you gone there? Well, let me ask you this question. If you're not driving, if you're driving an automobile that no longer has a warranty, would you like to have a protection plan? I mean, you know what that means? Anything that goes wrong with that automobile, you're now going to have to pay for. And with these automobiles today, it could be a sensor, it could be some of the electronics, it could be something $1,500. Bam! And so why don't you get your car protected by CarShield? You get 24/7 nationwide roadside assistance, a rental car coverage at no additional cost, and also if it's you get you an ASE certified mechanic or the dealership, whichever you would prefer. And then once you get the automobile where you want it to be repaired, and you make that choice, then they start dealing with them and they pay them directly on a covered repair. So if you'd like to get yours at 10% off, go to carshield.com and use the code Bubba. Or you can call them at 1-800-665-2157. Here's another option. Just go to rickandbubba.com and look under the sponsors button. So to finish what we were saying in the break got us, so when you look at those things that took place, and we still have the footage out and people are going to get arrested and all that, the other thing that led to this issue that we talked about, because we must have a comprehensive look at all these things, and on this show we're going to continue to do that, whether that bothers you or not. And the other thing that is the people that got upset because they thought it was robbed from them, and they went to the Capitol to show force, and then some people got out of hand. Some of those people, are certainly probably were troublemakers in general, but some of them have been watching for the last 2 years, Black Lives Matter, Antifa, CHOP, and they watched for 2 years, and it would be easy to deduce that they may have gotten in their mind, well, I guess in the country now, whenever you want to protest or if you don't like something, you just commit violence.
We burn in police stations. Don't forget that.
Yeah, we talked about that last week. That's the danger when you don't have rule of law.
Right.
Everybody takes it another step. They go, well, they got away with it. I can get away with it.
Right.
We're even comparing now how we treat protesters. If it had been this, they'd have done that. By the way, Joe Biden, if he really wants to heal the country, he missed a wonderful opportunity to do so.
He did.
And all he did was throw fire on it.
Can I tell you?
And you're going to see more of that today. Nancy Pelosi don't get it. Look, Nancy's not right. We all know that. They're going to. They've been threatening. Hey, if you don't invoke the 25th Amendment, which is removing the president, we're going to start impeachment. Look, the guy's got a week left. What's the big deal? That you're not helping anything but galvanizing people, and a lot of them crazies on the other side. So I don't understand why do that. Well, you got other problems you need to be working on right now. You need to focus on that, and that's how you bring people together. You turn down the fire, and you meet people in the middle on some issues, and that's not happening right now. It's only they always do this. I don't know what their deal is. It's in their DNA. Yeah. They always overplay their hand. If they would once learn how to go, we won, shake hands, leave the field, they would do a lot better long term.
Well, the left stopped doing that a long time ago. Right. As you said, their mode now is we always overplay our hand.
And they will.
And people have said, even though I think it's not going to happen, but that their strategy is, since they've done an impeachment on him once before, they're trying to do another one so that they can get the other step, which, as you said earlier, Bubba, and that's not going to happen. But I think their motivation is delusional, but I think their motivation is they're trying to do whatever they can do to be sure that he can't run again in 2024.
Yeah, and that's the story y'all have in your show, Prep. Eliminating Trump from being elected again, one motivator in impeachment, Pelosi says.
Is Trump even a threat to run again? You have to look at his age. You're going to have to look. He lost this election, okay, right or not, with what we know right now. I don't think that – I think he could be in a good position, but, it's getting away from him a little bit right now. So I think look, they can't impeach him. They can pass that in the House. Mm-hmm. The Senate's not going to hear it. Mitch has already said they won't hear it until the 19th, which would be Inauguration Day. I mean, it ain't going to happen. It ain't going to happen. And my understanding is it doesn't matter. You can be impeached 6 times, but you have to be removed from office, which requires the Senate to do. And then after that, they take another vote on barring you from lifetime serving. I just don't see that happening. And here's the thing. You're not going to get it to happen. And I know Nancy's fired up to do it. She was on 60 Minutes crying last night and all that. You're better to let it go. Yeah. You're only going to galvanize the opposition more. Let it go. Let it go.
I actually say keep it going because this helps us when they overplay this stuff.
No, you're right. And so, but I just want to say I agree with everything you said, Bubba, but I do think, and they've said it, that's their motivation. Mm-hmm. And that just might be them, putting up signs to kind of cheer their crowd to go, look, we're going to do everything we can to remove this person from our lives ever in the landscape of America, and it's not going to happen. But it sounds good for you to tell your crowd, we're going to run him in the ground, he'll never come back, we're going to rid America of this man. And they're like, yeah.
They've done everything but tie him to a stake and start a fire.
Right.
I mean, they've taken away, and really, and we're going to talk about it today. And I want to get in the fun zone. We got a lot of sports to talk about.
Oh, yeah.
But we've got some serious things we need to really, really be worrying about. Some of this going on in D.C. is it's the play Hamilton. It's just they're just up there putting on a show.
Yeah.
What we really need to be worried about is censorship and how much Google, Apple, Amazon, and a couple of these companies own us right now in everything we do and how they can control us and how they can cancel us. And a couple of things people are not even talking about. That is the scary part. That is the real scary part.
Yeah, we are going to talk about that because you remember when the pandemic hit, we realized how dependent on China we were.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, now that censorship has come to the table, we realize how dependent on these people we are, and we're all doing. Mm-hmm. So to close out this thing on the election, I honestly think the focus, if you want to try to get the Republican Party back into power again, because I understand your concern. Your concern is, yes, our country has swung to the left and the right many times, and we do believe, because they'll overplay their hand, that there will be a desire to turn back more to the right the next time we get a shot in the House and the next
midterm,
time, not in the midterm elections. But
historically,
but Rick, our votes, we don't know that they count anymore. I hear you loud and clear. So I believe if you want to say what to do, the pandemic was used to allow things that should never be allowed again. I don't care how deadly it is. I don't care how much they tell you you're going to kill people, which is ridiculous. I saw this teacher. Good gracious, this is how the left works. And I forget where it was. It was in one of the northeastern states, I think, or it might have been California. I don't remember. One of those kind of states. She's literally looking into her Zoom or whatever it is, saying, teachers having to go back and teach in the classroom. What we've been told by parents is basically educate our children or die. You know how many teachers have caught COVID from a student and died? 0. None. Hey, 0. So this drama, but so that they'll always play that card. You're going to put us all to death for making us do certain things to vote. You're killing people all for some vote. We need to say we noticed that there were things allowed that we've never allowed, and they won't be allowed again. That's one way to do it. Now, some of y'all chasing some of these conspiracies, and there's some simple things just to go back. And I'm gonna tell you, until we come up with something,
we got to clean it up.
Listen, until we come up with something better, and these things are more reliable and they're more secure. Right now, the most secure way to vote we have, and that's been messed with before, in person with an ID.
Mm-hmm.
And we need to demand that because and they're going to see but you do that, you're going to kill people, pandemic. Mm-hmm. And so we just have to say, no, as Americans, we have to have elections that we can trust.
Right.
If the people decide they want to flip the House and they want to, at the midterm elections, they'd like to go back toward moderate to right again, and they go out and vote that, then that's what they ought to get if they have the majority. And anything that's out there that makes that sketchy, we're not going to allow. That's what we got to do. Yeah. Because and that's where your energy needs to be focused.
You got to fight to clean up what we know we can clean up.
Mm-hmm.
We also need to investigate to be sure there isn't anything shady on a higher level out there.
And I think that's part of the frustration is all the investigations lead to nothing.
Well,
when's the last time somebody on the left was like thrown in jail for getting busted doing something?
But remember,
that's half the frustration.
But remember, we allowed things under the guise of pandemic that we never allow.
Right, yeah.
And we got to say we won't allow those things.
Yeah.
15 minutes to the top. Now back to what Bubba was talking about. Friday, my goodness, I'm trying to have a fun zone at Lambert's. I'm catching rolls, and everybody's telling me I'm being taken off there. I mean, I'm literally doing this, and then all my phone's blowing up. They're shutting everything. Y'all gonna get shut down. And I'm like, guys, I'm eating a roll. I mean, what does this have to do with sorghum syrup? We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. We are thankful that you are here, and we have much to do as we're moving forward. We will talk about the national championship game tonight. I know both of the fan bases terrified that Bubba is going to pull for their team. We'll talk about his Bubba jinx coming up.
I denounce the Pittsburgh Steelers. I'm not responsible for their downfall.
It's too late.
After 2 weeks, I did away with it.
I saw your office.
Yeah. But you got a flag in there.
Somebody sent me stuff. I appreciate them sending it, but I wasn't cheering. I didn't even watch the game. I walked through and I asked the score a couple of times.
When Cam Newton went to the Patriots, did you go with him?
I thought he'd have a better year than he had. I'll be honest with you.
Okay. It doesn't look good, Bubba. It does not look good.
Look, I understand, but I'm not pulling for anybody.
I've had people beg me for you not to say Roll Tide.
Yeah. Hey, on the all-in, when y'all did the Tom Brady Cam Newton thing, who did each one of you have?
I had Tom Brady. Bubba had Cam Newton.
Okay.
Now Rick remembers Tom Brady. I don't remember you being Tom Brady, but I do remember me being Cam Newton.
Whoa! Are you're not being serious, right?
No, I don't remember what you said. I really don't.
That was the only two choices.
I know. I don't remember what you said. I don't remember what you picked. I remember what I picked, and obviously mine was not right.
Well, I'll refresh you. I picked Tom Brady.
Okay. Well, he's had a much better year. So
Right.
he had more to do with the Patriots' success than what I thought he did.
Yes.
I thought it was system, but system has collapsed.
Right.
Now, they've had a lot of other issues.
Yeah. In all fairness to Cam Newton, which was part of the reason why. I just didn't think Cam Newton could play consistent as Tom Brady, even an older Tom Brady.
I just didn't think the Bucs had enough people around Tom Brady to make him successful, even though they've added a bunch of people. This
I think
year.
he's got more weapons there than he ever had.
He's got more than Cam.
But I mean, when he went, I didn't see their
Well,
offensive line. I didn't know they were awesome. You know, nobody been blowing me away with, hey, check out the Bucs line.
in all fairness, I don't follow the NFL enough to have known that.
I don't either.
But I did know that they had weapons over there, and that's why they thought that was a good match for him. And one of the reasons why I think he picked that. But
and a decent defense too.
And they've added several too. So
yeah.
Antonio Brown.
Yeah, he's going to him now.
It's about 81.
He's back. Yeah. But anyway, so let's get into the. I mean, Friday it was an all-out panic. My wife is texting me, are you watching all this? And all I'm hearing is that there's an all-out assault that as the Democrats are taking over, that all these platforms, that they're going to cancel Fox News, they're going to cancel any voice from the right side of politics. And if you're on the right side of politics and they can cancel you and kick you off and deny you access, they're taking Parler out of the Google store, out of Apple, so you can't go to Parler. Twitter's removing anybody. I mean, all this was happening on Friday. I mean, like I say, I'm at Lambert's catching rolls. I mean, I don't.
Well, here's the thing that I think is concerning. We have a lot of technology we all depend on every day from just a handful of companies. You know, the Googles, the Apples, the Amazons. Who owns Twitter now? Who are they under? I mean, there's
Facebook now.
There's Facebook.
Facebook owns Instagram and Snapchat.
Yeah,
too, right?
I mean,
Twitter's just on Instagram.
You're talking less than 4 or 5 companies that are basically running all of it, and it's so entrenched in our life. I mean, everybody has a smartphone. Okay, everybody. We all deal with computers every day. We know our smartphones are listening to us. I mean, how many times have we all? And they admit that, but they're guarding your privacy. You can mention something, you start getting ads for it. Y'all know that. Everybody's done that.
Oh, yeah.
We've got these personal assistants in our office and our home that are listening to us.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we're all in the digital world, and it's made it more. We're so dependent on it, and it's also you're more traceable with a digital fingerprint than you've ever been.
Oh, yeah.
But it's all tied together. And what is really scary about this, these companies have gone from being trying to help you with your convenience and your productivity to now they're telling you how to think. Mm-hmm. Now, that's a big jump. And that is something we all do need to be worried about.
100%.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you've had this like with Trump where they're trying to just completely take his voice away on anything. Like it or not, our democracy is dependent on people having a voice.
Yeah.
And it's true, you can't yell fire in a theater, but we got to be very, very careful where we draw that line. We've always said that because we've had people in the past want to shut down opposing voices, and we said, look, you got to be careful. Once you start that, it can double back on you like a boomerang.
No doubt.
But the Parler thing is interesting because you had companies say, we don't want them on our site because we think they incite violence, okay? So, and we're anti that, so we're going to pull their app. Well, you go, okay, well, you get the app somewhere else. But here's where the rubber meets the road. Amazon has pulled them down off of their servers. And you go, well, what in the world are they doing with Amazon? Amazon is mammoth when it comes to the internet. Amazon and the internet, you can't hardly divide it. Amazon owns 40 to 50% of every server in the world, Rick, in the world.
Good gracious.
It is estimated currently 1.4 million servers located at 54 different places around the world, United States, Europe, Asia, Australia, and South America. I mean, everything on the internet goes through them. And they host. We even know that part of Apple is hosted on Amazon servers. They have a service. You know, they have these huge server farms underground. And they
when you start seeing
AWS,
that's their server farms and their server hosting. So when you see that in a headline, that's what they're talking about.
And what else am I talking
about? I think they did some encapsulation under my house. I'm sorry, that was AFS.
Right.
Rick.
But like Netflix is hosted by Amazon. So many things that you do every day is hosted by Amazon. The hardware part of it. And why do they have it? Because they need it too for their service. I mean, they're a huge amount of money they're making. I think what's scary about it, and I'm still a capitalist and believe in free enterprise, but we've got a monopoly in Silicon Valley now that has been there, but now they're putting force out, and now they're dictating who you can like and how you like them, and that's the part that gets scary.
Yep.
And look, you can say, well, I'm done with them. I'm done with them. How are you going to survive?
Where are you going?
Where are you going to land? You know, people say, well, I'll go to Parler. Well, they're hosted. They don't have their own servers. But let me tell you what, they get their own servers. There's another part of this people don't understand. The switching network on the internet can filter just like the servers can. The Ciscos, all these companies that build these big switches, these industrial switches, all they have to do is delist you on the DNS server, and you are dead in the water. So we're all dependent on this monster called the internet and high tech, and it was fine when it was convenient and all the little cool things it does. But now they're going to tell you how to think and what's okay and what's not. That's scary, and that's a real problem we need to address and be paying attention to.
Are there any solutions to the problem?
That's my question. Yeah. What do we do next?
Now, I know this 203 or whatever this is about common carry and
well, the section 203 that's protecting the tech companies right now, that needs to be changed. Yeah, there's no doubt. These companies now are much bigger than AT&T when we broke them up, and they definitely need to be looked at hard.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
It is 7 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show from the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. And what's she saying, Bubba? Para. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler all here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, this weekend, we talked to Speedy's daddy, Johnny Wilburn. John Wilburn, author of Larry the Leaf. The second one is out, Larry the Leaf and the Thieves, children's book. We talked about being Speedy's daddy, talked about his life and his incredible story, and also talked about that the new book is out and available on Amazon unless they ban him from it. So anyway, go grab that and enjoy that conversation. If you missed it this weekend on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. It's great to have him on.
And thank y'all so much.
He did a great job.
He was fantastic.
He's such a he's just a warm man. You just like John C. Wilburn. He's just a nice guy.
Yeah.
Well, I had Ryan Greenwood wheezing because he asked me what it was like because you know what he wanted. He wanted us to go after you as hard as we could and put you in the handle. And I apologized to him. I said, now, I know that's what you're going to be searching for this weekend on RBU, and I'm just going to let you know that it didn't happen. Right. And I said, let me tell you why. I can't. Speedy's dad is such a better person than me, Bubba, and Speedy I said I can't. It's like Speedy had a shield that I couldn't get around.
Right.
I couldn't go after him.
Yeah.
You know what he said? Well, you ain't about to work long enough. Your legs aren't under. and I was like, no, Mr. Wilburn, I hold him in high regard, and I just can't. I couldn't do it. So anyway, but getting great response from it. So if you haven't seen it or heard it, go and enjoy that. So when we went to the break, we're talking about this big. Banning, this is our new thing now, which is about as un-American as you can be, and that is to ban someone's ability to give their own point of view. And of course, here's what they use: like they use the pandemic, to get to do things that you normally wouldn't be allowed to do in a vote. They love fear. So what they're saying is, oh no, we're not banning an opposing point of view. This point of view incites violence. Now they want us to ignore the violence they've incited with their points of view for years.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't raised a finger for that. Look, anytime that you ban the President of the United States, no matter how bad you think he is, and you allow the Ayatollah to have an account,
unbelievable.
I can't. That's where my argument. I can't go past that. You're gonna have to justify that first.
Right. The next thing you'll do is you'll denounce the violence at the Capitol while embracing the violence. Oh, wait a minute, that did happen.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's. So they're terribly inconsistent because it's just Homer is all it is. What the left will do, every bit of power you give them, they will grab power for them and they will block you and try to cancel you. Now here's where we got to have a problem with the cancel thing. I do want to address this today to some of our friends out there. Listen to me now. I love you, and we a lot of us that have more of a right wing look at politics, we probably agree on 9 out of 10 things. Okay, however. What the right cannot become, and some of y'all are doing it, okay? If Speedy, Helmsy, Bubba, Rick, Adler, Greg, if we say something that doesn't line up, in every little block for you, say we agree on 9 out of 10 things, and I say, well, now on that 10th one, I just really don't go with you on there. I don't necessarily agree with that. And then all of a sudden, instead of you going, well, you know what, I just think you're wrong, now you're saying you're a lib, you're a sellout, you're a blank, blank, blank. So you know what you're doing? You're now becoming a right-wing version of the left. So you cancel people now. So if somebody has the audacity to disagree on one point or to say, well, I don't know if that's the best line of, hey, I'm not that. I don't really like the way that went. I don't think that should have happened. And it's okay to say, well, you know what? I disagree with you. I think now some of y'all still have got to decide on the foundation of that, whether you think this was Antifa, the CIA, or true Trump supporters. Decide that first, because when some of y'all are not deciding that first, then your point you're getting terribly inconsistent. At some point, you're claiming Antifa was faking to be Trump supporters, and you support what they did. You got to get that right. Some of that gets inconsistent. But if you disagree with us on one point, but in the overall scheme of worldview, we're pretty much on the same page, and if I don't line up and do exactly what you tell me to do the way you want me to do it, you're going to get me? Are you going to cancel me? Or now I no longer exist, or I'm out of here? That's what the left does. Yeah. You've turned into a version of the thing you claim to hate. And that's what's disappointing with some of you, frankly. You can disagree with us. My goodness. How about sometimes you disagree with us, you make a point. I might look and go, you know what, you're right.
I was going to say, I had some very productive back and forth email over the weekend that really helped me. And I think I learned something. I feel like they learned something, and I feel like that's what it's all about.
We're losing that. We got to get that back. So I'm glad some of it still exists. And you know what? Maybe all this stuff needs to be taken away from us so we can get back to actually talking to each other. It wouldn't bother me. I don't know about y'all. I lived my life pretty well when Instagram and Twitter didn't exist, and Facebook. Yeah. I was okay. Were you okay?
Yeah. I mean, we went a long time. Rick, I remember a time we didn't have cell phones.
Right.
And we got by. I mean, it's easier now. We do more stuff, I think, but I don't know. Maybe we do too much stuff. Maybe it gives us time to get in trouble.
Well, I said it. I said it on the air. And I do. Look, these things can be beneficial. I like the fact that it gathered a lot of people together. And if you needed to get some information to them, you could pretty easily. I like when Facebook started, and it used to be a way for families to share pictures with each other who couldn't be together. It's kind of gotten away from that a little bit.
Yeah, right.
But I mean, some of these things I think can do good things. Yeah. But I'll be honest with you, if now there's no audience or it's all disputed, and I don't need it as a businessman, and I don't need it as a person who's trying to get a message to people, if it gets to where it doesn't serve that purpose, I certainly don't need it to communicate with people.
Yeah.
at all. All I need it for is a marketing or say, hey, here's a word, or hey, think about this. Don't forget we got this coming up. But if that doesn't serve its purpose, well then I don't need it. Do you need it?
No.
Huh?
No.
So we'll see. We'll come back. We'll take your phone calls next at 866 We Be Big, and we'll find out what's on your mind today. Jason, stand by. Marie's up there. Harry Murdaugh's lining up phone calls, and we'll take yours when we come back. If you want to get in, there are lines available at 866 We Be Big as we start another week in Rick and Bubba history together as we walk together through these bizarre times that we're now living in. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
20 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. To the phone calls we go. Speaking to America while you're allowed to speak freely. We don't know how much longer that will be. Jason is out of the home of Disney, Orlando.
Jason,
Jason, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey guys, I really like the show. I appreciate it. Mainly, I just wanted to, kind of actually dispute what Bubba was talking about how these big tech companies kind of control and censor and control what we think. I just don't agree with that at all.
Like, what do you disagree with? I mean, because obviously you did see.
We've got an example right now.
You did see Friday, didn't you? I mean,
play it out for us. I'd like to hear
Parler. They dropped Parler, but these are private companies. They have the right to do that.
No. You're right about that. Yeah, you're right about that. And we said that, is there a point that just like we had to do with AT&T, and there's a whole thing about common carrier and all this. Look, you're right that right now, as private companies, they can do whatever they want. The question before the country is, like we've done in the past, is it now a monopoly, and we need to take away the protection of the 203 so that this kind of thing can't happen. But anyway.
Jason,
that might be true, but a lot of people – go ahead, I'm sorry.
Well, no, I think when you take the president down and you leave the Ayatollah up, that's just ridiculous. That's where it starts.
I could totally see that inconsistent. I totally can see that at all. But it's like, also think about it, when these people are posting these things about different things on these websites, and then they're getting taken off or banned, and then they're griping about it. It's just like me calling up your radio show and spouting some very, weird stuff, and you hanging up on me because it's just BS. It's kind of that same logic, and I think it's a little inconsistent to be mad about it.
I see what he's saying. I see what
you're
saying.
Well, no, I think there's different platforms too. Yeah. I mean, we're doing a radio show. We are in control of the content, but just like with you, you had an issue with something we said. We moved you right to the top of the list because we wanted to hear what you said. And the thing is,
I get what you're saying, and I sure appreciate it.
The tech companies now they own us so much, so wide you have no option. That's the thing. I don't think someone should be canceled in this country to the point they can't do anything. That's what they're doing to Trump right now. The banks are even canceling the credit cards. Why did
Parler allow themselves to be put in that situation?
Well, Parler had the audacity to say we're going to be a First Amendment platform that allows people to come on and say whatever they want to say, and if it gets to they're shouting fire, then we'll take that into committee, and then we'll think they're violating their First Amendment right. But really, you go back to Bubba's most obvious point. If you're a platform and you claim you're doing that, I don't want anybody on here that incites problems, and you leave the Ayatollah up, and then you go back to what they're really doing, and you know this, Jason.
They're picking winners and losers, and they're trying to silence political opponents, which is not American.
But has the Ayatollah posted anything about that we should?
Yes, yes. At one time,
has he been inciting violence? Has he been posting anything?
Yes.
All right. Well, let's take Trump off of it, and let's look at this organization, Jason.
Farrakhan.
Jason.
No. I know who the Ayatollah is. I'm just saying.
He's gone on their
Twitter account to kill Jews or kill people.
Yes, he has. He has. He's done death to Israel.
He has claimed on Twitter that the Holocaust never happened.
Yes,
Jason,
and that he won't.
There's a lot of people that claim that.
Jason, to answer your question, yes, the Ayatollah has posted violent.
Jason, answer me
this.
Answer me this, Jason, because I really want to know what we do. There's an organization out there called Walk Away. You can look it up. They are basically helping. Their organization is helping Democrats who are unhappy with their party leave and go to the Republican Party. On Friday night, every bit of their organization was shut down, and there's no insightful violence, nothing of that negative other than helping people move from one party to the next. How do you explain that?
Well, if they took it, I can't sit there and explain or talk about why a company did one thing. I'm sure there's details in there that we all probably don't know. But to be honest with you, it's a private company. It'd be like me coming in there telling you that you guys can't put something up on the air.
Yeah, we agree on that.
We agree on that. What I'm saying is, in the past we've done this. Is this something that we need to address? Because I want to tell you this, because I want to kind of bring you into the real world a little bit. And I don't mean that dishonestly, and maybe you have a different political view than us. I don't know that, but I would guess you probably did. But what I'm going to say is this: what you're saying just isn't what's happening.
Right.
What you're saying is these private companies decide whether this something is going to incite violence or is dangerous, and they remove things that are dangerous. And President Trump, by golly, is dangerous. And I would just tell you, if you really look, you'll find a lot of examples like the one Helmsy just gave you, that really isn't true. What they're doing is they want to get to the point where they decide what you get to hear, and if they don't agree with you politically or morally, then they don't want you on their platform, which they can do.
But you, as a user, also have the choice not to use those devices.
Correct.
No, I just said that. Well, but I don't have anywhere to go if I try to go to Parler, and then they don't allow Parler to even exist because they control the servers and all that. And Parler can make an adjustment on that. I'm just saying they do have the right to do that, but you do know there has been an ongoing political discussion on whether they should have the right to do that because they act like a common carrier, which they would not have the right to do that when really they operate as a private company. And that's something that Congress has been talking about. Should we allow that to go on? Because we have busted up monopolies in the past because they have too much power, and they're saying, does now these places meet that same criteria?
Just like we did with AT&T.
Just like we did with AT&T, and that is going on. But you are correct. Right now, there's nothing you can do about it.
And Jason, I don't know what your perception of social media is, and again, it's a fairly new thing on the American frontier, but it's giant. I mean, it is giant right now. Money, everything. Do you think that they are a publisher or a platform? That's kind of the terms they're using with them nowadays. Do you think they ought to operate as a publisher or a platform?
They operate mostly as a platform.
Okay, well, see, if they're a platform, they should not be filtering out people who they disagree with.
Can't have editorial control in a platform.
The thing is
And they're immune
They
from
own the
lawsuits. That would be the platform side.
Yeah, right.
Now, if you want them to edit content and be a publisher, then they also should be open to lawsuits.
Correct.
Dealing with that.
Yes.
They can't have it both ways.
And right now, because of the Section 230, and this is one of the things Trump talked about.
203, is it?
Yeah, 203, 230, whatever it is.
230.
230.
230, okay.
They are protected from lawsuits.
Correct.
But they're acting like a publisher.
Yeah.
And
Or a platform.
Yeah.
No,
they're taking the stance that they do not want to be a platform for people to incite violence, and they're willing to take the risk of the blowback.
Well, that's
So
all
that
on.
They're actually not.
doing that.
Well, then they can't be protected by the 230.
Yeah.
they got to be
Can't
they
have it
got to
both
they got to
ways.
be
I'm not saying
open
that they should be.
to lawsuits, and then if you have a complaint, you can carry it to court, and a
I'm not
judge
saying they
will
should be
decide.
immune to anything like that.
All right, so you're saying you would be for removing the 230 protection
Right,
from them.
which we are too.
Which we are too. So we agree.
I mean, I believe that any private entity has the right to control what goes on in their realm of influence.
But they don't have the
Just like
protection.
calling you,
But they no, Jason,
You're
you've
not
made those
listening.
points.
Jason,
You're not
you're not
listening. That's not the
listening.
point I'm making. I understand that point. The question before us, and I think you agree with us, is should they be allowed to have it both ways? You said no.
And we agree
We
with you.
also say no. You got to be a publisher or a
I
platform.
believe that if you feel that they took you down incorrectly, you should be able to pursue whatever. means
Right,
are
and you
available.
can't do that right now.
And you
should be able
can't.
to take away your legal rights.
But
Right.
you can't do that right now, so they're able to censor you with no repercussion.
And see, Jason, like we used to use the term
Yeah, and
common.
look,
What?
that I got no problem with a company being sued if they did something incorrectly.
Yeah, so
at all.
see, Jason, we agree.
agree.
We're on the
Excellent.
same side. And Jason, here's an example.
weird
Let
times
me
we
go.
live
in.
Let me
It
go
is.
back. Let me go back to AT&T, Bell South, all that stuff. They were a common carrier. So if two guys were talking about robbing a bank on the phone, and they went and robbed the bank, AT&T could not take their phone lines down. AT&T couldn't monitor them to see what they were doing. And AT&T was not responsible for them planning a bank robbery over a telephone line. You see what I'm saying?
No, they're not.
Right, because they were a common carrier.
They're not responsible for it, but they don't have to allow it. I mean, first they'd have to.
No,
know
they
what
do because they're a
saying
common
or-
carrier.
Yeah,
they're
they-
a common
that's what we're
carrier.
saying.
They're
You can't
not
take
allowed-
people's phone lines
They're
down.
not allowed under the law to intervene in it, is what I'm saying. And that's the same thing as a platform would be under the new terminology.
But when you post that post, it is there for the public to see.
Right.
It's not the same thing as a private phone conversation.
No, but you can't take away my ability to make a phone call though. You don't. I don't think you understand what you're talking about.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. the gravy,
It's
please.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. You go there right now. And the new year, of course, is rolling. And for all the small business owners out there in our audience, it makes a fresh start for you, too, if you're allowed to be open. Whether you're shifting business hours or hiring more remote employees because of the pandemic, one thing that remains unchanged, no matter what the situation, is the importance of having the right people on your team. When your business is ready to make that next hire, LinkedIn Jobs can help. They feature an active community of professionals with more than 722 million members worldwide. Getting started is easier than ever with new features that help you find qualified candidates quickly. So go ahead and post a job that targets the screening questions that you're looking for at LinkedIn.com/Bubba. We'll get your opportunity in front of the most qualified candidates out there. You can manage job posts, contact candidates from your mobile device anytime, anywhere. So if you'd like to do it right now, we'll get you $50 off that first post by going to LinkedIn.com/Bubba. That's LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Look, hires are crucial. Man, you make a bad hire, you'll never forget it. So make a good one with help from LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Get $50 off if it's your first job post. RickandBubba.com's got it also under the sponsors. So moving from Jason back to some more phone calls, people emailing True. The True Stories, if we could get to the point where private is private and public is public, I'd be all about that. But the problem is we're living in a time where, these people at the bakery, that were told they had to make a cake for something that went against their religious beliefs, they were vilified. They were saying they couldn't do that. They can't live in their private company world and have that view even in their private company. Mm-hmm. So we're terribly inconsistent, but the bottom line is what we're saying, and we are not big government regulation people, but if all these platforms are operating as platforms and not as publishers, just like we did with terrestrial entertainment and information. Of course, now it seems like we don't call anything anymore on what goes on terrestrial television, but all these other platforms have now legitimized themselves as the way that we see things publicly, hear things publicly, say things publicly, and we have to force them to either lose the protection of a platform and say we're a publisher and we take on the risk of being a publisher. Because honestly, Jason, and you make a good point, we seem to have lost our way in this country on private versus public.
And we're confusing those terms because they are public-private companies. Right. We mean government versus private.
Well, if I have a private bakery, I should be able to live out my faith, and then if I can't be forced to do something that goes against my protection in the First Amendment because I'm a private business. Private business shouldn't be forced to provide coverage for abortions if we went through all this.
Right.
But there was an attempt to do it, and the more the government gets into our lives, the more that's going to happen.
Mm-hmm. And we do have government intervening in restaurants. Yep. They give you a rating. You have to have their permission to open up. Yep. In gyms, and they regulate. They regulate every industry. And all I'm saying is the big tech companies, they started out, they didn't want to burden them with too much regulation so they could get going. And wow, hey, somebody fertilized them overnight. They're real big now, and it is time to look at what limits that they should be under. That's all.
That's it. But you're right. Right now they're private, so they can. But there's a discussion on should they be, and we'll see. Thanks for the call. To the phones we go. Let's go to Marie in Huntsville.
Marie.
100.3 The River. Marie, go ahead.
Good morning. Good morning, chaps. How are you?
We're good.
Great.
I wanted to make a point that, we can all agree to disagree and all that stuff. But right now, the only form of information that's coming up because of all this censoring happens to be the radio. So whoever's out there giving you a rash about that you might have slight disagreements, they need to shut up.
Wow, Marie. How about Marie just having good gracious?
Called it here on a Monday.
Well, there's nothing wrong with differing opinions.
Yeah, we can disagree.
Well, I'm saying
I'm a child of the '80s. I'm good with that.
Let me be clear. At one time, it was okay to have differing opinions.
Right.
Guys, what are we doing? You realize we're living in a world the way the Nazis operated. Mm. You're told who to like, not to like, what you can say, can't say, and
the ones we don't like are going to disappear.
Yeah, if
we
you
don't make sure they do.
Yeah, and if you don't like the cancel culture, then don't become part of it.
Yeah.
Let's go to Foley. JR standing by. JR, go ahead. Welcome to the program.
Thank you, guys. Hey, listen, I've been a faithful listener to you guys for like 17 years now.
Thank you.
I put a lot of stock in what both of you guys, all you guys say. And a couple of things I've come away with from your show, two things, mainly, especially with you, Rick. Number one, you can't have it both ways. Number two, consistency, being consistent. And I applaud you for that. But I got a question for you.
Okay.
Now, in my past, I was involved in some political violence to the extreme, to the very extreme, to the extreme as extreme as you can go. And I know you don't condone political violence. So this is my question with consistency, and you can't have it both ways in mind. Who was wrong, me or Jane Fonda?
I think
Is he saying are you saying you served in Vietnam? Is that what you're saying?
I was in the Marine Corps. I was a 0311 for any Ranger. Listen, I was a rifleman in a rifle company, and was probably indirectly responsible for, I'm going to say, 5 deaths while I was over there in a political conflict.
Right, but I mean, you had agreed to serve the country in our military, and the government sent you. If their job or the way they saw it was flawed, and I do think the thing that hurts so bad and all that for all of you, and I've got people in my own, my in-laws and in my family that served as well, and they kind of described they kind of, I know we all do, and they kind of described it. See if you guys whatever is at one point the government couldn't figure out what they wanted to do, and they felt like they were just left in the jungle, and it went from we're here to win a war to we're here to live through the day in the jungle today. Mm-hmm. We don't. It's all become chaotic.
A lot of it was mismanaged.
It was mismanaged terribly. But no, I think Jane Fonda actually put you guys at higher risk. So in that particular thing, I do not believe that what you guys did as members of the military is the same thing as somebody saying that I'm going to break the law and I'm going to cause violence for the sake of violence. When there might be a better solution. I mean, you're served in the military, man. When they send you to war, they send you to war. Mm-hmm. And unless you did something that was worthy of a court-martial or something like that, or you were a war criminal, if you were just doing the job they sent you to do, then I think Jane Fonda put you guys at more risk.
Yeah, look, I don't like what Jane Fonda did, but it was her right to do it.
It was her right to do it.
And I can disagree with her. And I don't have to support her.
Right.
But I'm not wanting to put her in a hole somewhere and never be heard from again.
Correct.
That's not American.
No.
We can dissent. We can have different we can have our arguments. That's in our DNA.
Right.
That's what we're about.
Right.
Okay. And move on. That's it. I think what she did in Vietnam was careless and stupid, and I don't care for her at all today because of some of that stuff.
Yeah, but
I'm not wanting to wipe her off Twitter.
No. No. Mike in New Jersey. Mike, go ahead.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
You, buddy.
About it.
Bubba, I just want to say something real quick to you, and I want to say 2 things to you, Rick. Last Wednesday, Bubba, I'm a trucker. I come down to Alabama every week. I was going up 65, and I think this is where people might have got a little aggravated. You guys were talking about what went on at the Capitol, this and that and other thing. And, Bubba, you said, you know what, everybody, it's just time to move on. And I'll be honest with you, I think everybody's tired of moving on, man. I think that's where you kind of, because I even kind of looked at the radio and I was like, you know what, man, we're tired of moving on. You know what I mean? What do you think about that?
Mike, is it Mike?
Mike, yeah.
What was his
Mike
name?
in New Jersey.
Mike, what have you moved on from that you're tired of moving on from?
Well, I'll be honest with you. Deep down, I'm tired of seeing thousands of unborn babies put down every week in this country.
Well, now, Bubba wasn't saying it's time to move on from that. Why are you bringing that up?
No. I know that. I'm just saying, guys, I'm sick and tired of every election being called a racist. Every 4 years, I'm a racist because I'm a white male. Just so the Democrats can get. I'm not jumping down your throat, Bubba.
No, I understand. I appreciate your question.
Side, man. I know you're on our side, man. It came out people are mad. You know, people are just mad. Hey, Rick, quick question for you.
Okay.
If they came to take your guns, what would you do?
No, Bubba and I both said that when they come to get the guns, that's when it's all out
That
war.
may be where we draw the line.
And we've said that on there. Bubba even said that last week. Yeah.
I mean, I've had
that's fine. That's fine.
I've had that discussion with a lot of godly men, a lot of military people, a
Yeah.
lot of politicians.
Yeah.
And they said, because if they come and get your guns, they can tell you to do anything after that. Hey, Mike, let me ask you this, too.
Isn't that hurt the cause?
No,
I think there's
that case. The cause is over. They're coming to get them. We don't have any other recourse.
Mike, we all.
I'm just,
let me clarify. There's a place.
I'm just playing a little bit.
No, it's a fair question.
It's a great question. I think we all have a place where we draw the line. And here's the thing, too, with the move on comment. If you don't move on, what are you going to do? What is your alternative?
Yeah, I thought you were saying that specifically to this. Hey, they cheated us out of the election.
I think we're going to have to move on from the election. I did say that.
Yeah, you did say that. You weren't saying anything
President
about moving
Trump
on.
said that.
No, I know, guys, but people are mad. And if I could say one more thing, don't take this the wrong way, but I think you guys are a little racist.
We're waiting on the second part of it. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, I've never heard a Yankee spin the wheel of meat.
And with this kind of attitude, you're not going to hear from you either. Thanks, Mike. God bless
Thank you, Mike. We appreciate you listening.
I was like, all right, go ahead. Get the punchline in.
Yeah, go ahead. We gave you the floor.
I don't know. Did we let Bob Carey spin it?
Yeah,
we did.
Bob
We
Carey
did.
has
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
All right, Mike.
Yankee
Bob
has fun.
Yeah, we had a Yankee spin it. It was Bob Carey. And there's nobody more Yankee than him.
Oh, yeah.
And he even loves the New York Yankees. I wonder how Mike feels about the New York Yankees out of New Jersey. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba show. So, I want to talk a little football. So, we have tonight the college football playoff, the national championship. Controversial this year with all the COVID and all this stuff. Alabama, Ohio State, 7 o'clock Central, 8 o'clock Eastern. Bubba, I know that neither fan base wants you to say anything about their team. So if you want to just not say anything.
Look, I just hope it's a good game. And from the eye test of the two semifinal games, we got the two best teams out there.
Yeah, and I know that you.
What a weird year.
I know what you're thinking about the Tide, and I understand it. But the Tide fans are letting me know quite clearly that you think they're more powerful than any jinx you may be. But they don't want to chance it.
No,
Look,
jinx is mean. We've talked about it.
I'm not pulling for anybody. I'm just going to watch the game.
That's
try
right.
to
Just
enjoy
step-
a good
just step out-
football game.
just step out of it.
I mean, I probably won't even sit and just stare at it. I'll walk in and out doing.
Do you mind?
I got other things I got to do.
Because if your emotions begin to sway to one, it could be detrimental.
Yeah, well, I don't want to cause either team detriment. you
Well,
know.
it's really a tough.
I'd rather the players and coaches settle this one.
Yeah, well, instead, because look what you did to the Steelers. What you did to the Steelers is unbelievable.
I told you I took my love of the Steelers back.
Bubba, you can't do it.
It was only like after 2 games.
But what I'm saying is, jinx is so mean you can't take it back.
Rick, they went from
when
being
it happens,
undefeated.
yeah.
Not early in the year, late in the year undefeated.
10-0.
I mean, people were like, "Hey, these guys."
Their defense
to
fell
a
apart or something.
complete.
Well, yeah,
just-
well, thanks to you.
More than that.
My
And then they get beat by the doggone Browns.
Hey,
Look at your little Browns. They've had a good year.
hey, it was
They're-
28-0 before. I mean,
They
Look
got
at the Browns 12-5.
Yeah, same record as the Steelers
first
now.
round.
Now that you got to hold the Steelers.
Their first playoff win since 1995.
How about that?
And I've got a dilemma this weekend. They play the Chiefs. Woo! I mean, you talking about just watching the game.
I believe that'll be it for the Browns.
Well,
they have a start like they did
I
last
really,
night.
I
You never
really
know.
think the Chiefs may be at another level. You know,
I'm not. I know.
that's
They
not,
just
you
did it.
There they
that's
go.
not
Did.
cheering. That's analysis.
I hear you talk about Mahomes a lot. I think he likes him.
He does. He likes his
I
haircut.
think I
too.
saw he had a hat in there.
Of course, all
you know,
y'all,
I- you know I have trouble
all y'all
ch-
watching NFL, y'all sold out.
Rick, you know I can't pull for any team that beat the Vikings in a Super Bowl.
That's true.
I don't
Spit it
know.
out.
I've heard a lot of
Way back.
I've heard a lot of
Lenny
Mahomes talk
Dawson.
from you.
Yeah,
Well, he is an exciting player.
He loves Mahomes now.
he does.
I hadn't seen him get that excited about something. Remember when he got on his Steph Curry thing and good.
Oh my goodness!
He with Steph Curry, you
went and bought a flat bill hat.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
everything.
There's a lot of basketball in.
They
it.
changed the game. They changed the game with
Right.
a 3-point shot.
Right. Greg, I was telling too. Everybody always talks about it, and it's true. There's football has changed, whatever. But you look up there and you got in the playoffs Tom Brady, Drew Brees,
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers, and all
they
that.
come back.
They're all just hanging around saying, "Well, we're still here."
Yeah, forgot about them. Forgot
So-
about the pack.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
Yeah, real good.
So,
You talking about Aaron Rodgers MVP?
yeah. So anyway, I just Bubba's gonna stay out of it and just watch. The good news is
Just a
you've
a
never
fan,
you've
you know?
never been a fan of either of these teams, so you probably
I can
won't
just-
get emotionally
I
attached.
can just watch it and
Now-
enjoy
now, look,
hopefully a good football.
I hate
game.
to say this to the Bama fans. I know you got a real disdain for the Buckeyes, though. I know it. I've heard
Which
it.
defaults him
I know, Greg.
to who?
The Tide.
Just careful here.
He's also got a little SEC pride.
He got that.
Hey, please stop. Dick.
He pulls for the SEC, Rick.
I know. He don't like the Buckeyes.
Hey, y'all can't make me a fan of any team. Okay?
Hey,
you can't make me.
I'm going to ask. You're on the stand. I'm going to ask you a direct question. Do you like the Buckeyes?
Historically, not a big fan. Of them.
How about you like them?
I would usually pull for Michigan when they played each other.
When I was a kid, I actually liked the Buckeyes. Back in the Woody Hayes days.
I didn't. I never liked them.
I
They're one of
just
those
like that
teams I've
angry
never
old
liked.
man.
Yeah.
And
Never liked them. Never liked any team from
Something
Boston.
about the horseshoe that fires me up.
I've never liked any team from Boston. Can't describe it. Don't know why. Don't know why. If you're from Boston, I've always hated you. I don't like those teams. I don't like any of them.
Even the Red Sox.
Hate them.
Oh, I was
Really?
a Celtics.
Oh,
Go
you're a
Yankees.
Yankees guy. I forgot.
I was a Celtics guy.
Don't like the Celtics.
Me and you
don't
went
like
to
the
LA.
don't like the Red Sox. Don't like the Patriots at all. Don't like any of them. And I probably hate their hockey team.
Bruins.
the Bruins.
Just never been. I'm not don't watch hockey. So, but I don't like if they're from Boston.
Golly, the old Celtics with Bird.
I love. I was a Lakers guy.
Yeah, I know. We went back. That's when we actually watched basketball. We went back and forth.
Can't remember the last time I watched basketball.
When you had Pat Riley versus Casey Jones, it didn't get any better than that.
But can we say who we like in the game tonight? Can we say that?
Well, I mean,
not who we're pulling for, but who we think will
I know
win
the
it.
last time we did the Czar Trophy, everybody was like, "Yeah,
A
that stuff's
prediction's
over."
different than fandom.
Correct. We can do a
We
prediction.
got all mad about
That's
it.
analyzing.
Pandemic messed it up.
Yeah, it did.
We can make it. We can
Didn't
talk about
realize
who we
it.
like in this game.
Yeah, just
Not who we pull. We're not who we're going to pull for.
Right.
Because we don't want Bubba to maybe join in. But
have
but
a flag in his
Now,
office.
tell me if I'm wrong. They've had their final COVID test, so everybody's good to play, right? I mean, there's nobody going to be COVIDed
We
out
should
today,
not have
right?
any issue to where we look up this afternoon and it's canceled.
Yeah, because there's a window when they said everybody's clear.
But
But
this may not be
everybody got
true.
all their players?
It may not be true. I heard that the Alabama's team all has Saban's plasma.
Hey, that ain't a bad idea.
Hey, hook him up.
You don't think Dickie Namire's gotten it?
I rotate. I'll take a little Saban plasma.
I think he sold it to one of those companies so they could duplicate it.
I'm just going to tell everybody, be careful with this game tonight. I'm just leaving it like that.
What do you
That's
mean?
what it is.
Y'all, this is Rick talking, not Bubba.
I know Alabama has one of the best offenses I've ever seen in college football. Okay, it's the best offense I think Alabama's ever had. Okay, but their defense, it's not. They've had better defenses.
They have.
I'll just leave it there.
And this bunch they're playing matches up pretty good with them.
They've had better defenses.
But they can outscore people. Which
They
in the
can. They showed
past-
that against Florida. Okay, and that
I can't recall a team in the past, and I may be totally wrong. I'm just saying from memory that has won as many individual, all the big
they
awards
swept
they give
them.
everybody.
And they deserve
I mean, it's like they've won every position: best lineman, best running back, best quarterback, best receiver, best all-around player.
Yeah, I don't know if they won the rate guy. Maybe not because their guy didn't punt a lot.
Did he even get the kick?
Hey, I don't think he
Does
did
anybody
three
even know
times.
what number he is?
Stop there, Bubba.
To your
Just
point,
stop
Rick,
there.
Ohio State dropped 49 on Clemson.
I know.
49.
I know.
Oh, his little fresh legs
Hey,
running around.
hey, Tide, be careful now. Be careful.
And stop.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Phone calls coming in now. We're going to make the phone calls to start the hour, which will make Jason and Orlando happy because we're going to dictate what you can talk about. And that is that you can only discuss the ball game tonight for the national championship in Division I college football. Your predictions on the game tonight at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Harry Murdahl is ready to take those calls, and we'll hear from you, the Rick and Bubba family, how you see this game going tonight in this bizarre COVID football season in college football. Welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged to be here now 27 years, and we appreciate it.
We'll let the audience discuss the game tonight. It is, I'm kind of like you guys. I haven't seen a whole lot of football this year. To me, it's weird. It's a very weird year, but and it's been hard to watch, and it has not been as much fun. But I do love. It's just another excuse to get snacks out.
Yeah.
And to say, hey, there's something on TV tonight we can watch, and it's a football game, and we'll try to see it. So Nolan is in Alabama. Nolan, okay. Nolan, how you doing, buddy?
Pretty good, Green Acres guys.
Thanks for the call. How do you see it going tonight, buddy? What do you think?
All I got to say, for my opinion, is any group of young men that can beat every single SEC team in one season, and that's only due to the COVID-19 schedule, can beat the buck out of the eyes of Ohio State, no problem.
Okay. He said that the Buckeyes, he'll take the buck and just beat it out of the eye of the Buckeyes.
Scared me to death.
It did. Terrifying. But I think he says the Tide, you look at their year, they rode through not a very strong SEC, but they did play some good teams. And that Ohio State, and it does bother me, they play this game of we're not playing college football because we're above the fray. We're going to put people's lives in danger for football. And then before you know it, everybody's playing. They're like, hey, we want to play too. And then
this is pretty fun.
Hey, y'all are playing. You're not killing people. We want to play.
Then they run out and do some mini season.
Yeah.
Now, they're a good football team. Don't misunderstand me, but I don't like their road there.
Rick, they're the best 7-0 team in the country.
To James in Mississippi. James, welcome to the program. How are you?
Hey, how y'all doing?
Fired up and ready.
Hey, I got $1,000 to start a GoFundMe page for the Bill Bubba Bussy Lake House Fund if he'll pull for Ohio State tonight.
Well, you know what? Hey, let's get that thing up.
I'll tell you, the Bama fans they're terrified of you. Tommy in Alabama. Well, there you go.
I'm not cheering for anybody.
Tommy, go ahead.
I kind of saw a Crimson
shaker
in his office.
Hey, guys.
Hey, buddy.
How are y'all?
Good.
We're great.
Good.
I say 52-38 Alabama. Ohio State secondary is 111th in the country, and they're not going to be able to stop Devontae Smith.
Now I'll tell you something. That is a stat to look at because I'll tell you if you're a bad defensive backfield, this is not the offense you want to face.
And of course, I saw something the other way.
People think Devontae's the only one out there, but there's 5-star studs all over the place. 112th ranked is not going to handle it.
That's a good.
You may get one back tonight, Waddle.
Yeah,
that's an exciting watch.
Can I tell you this? And look, there's no doubt the receiving core is phenomenal, and Jones has done a great job. So I don't want to take anything away from that. But in my opinion, where they break your back though is Big Najee.
Yeah, he's tough.
Because when you're worrying about all that, then all of a sudden Big Naj gets the ball and just
they'll throw it to him.
But Rick, what's common to all that? He's got time to throw. There's giant holes. That offensive line is one of the best they've ever had.
Yeah. But the Naj he's a player. Buddy.
Rick, my favorite.
I believe
headline.
you could get 50 or 60 yards in the game behind that line.
They're not that good.
My favorite headline tomorrow would be that everybody's focused on Najee and everybody's focused on Smitty, and Waddle has like unbelievable night. He's playing. He gets 3 or 4 touchdowns, and he's the MVP.
Is he playing?
That is my story, but they say that he's dressing out and may get some time. We don't know.
Is this one of them deals where they just say it so you have to prepare for it?
And that very well may be the case, too.
Probably use him as a decoy.
Yeah, I was going to really panic everybody and put Bubba in a Bama jersey, but I don't have Mount Cody's jersey anymore.
Yeah, that's it. Need a Volkswagen car cover.
Mount Cody.
yeah, that really worked.
I'll tell you, these jerseys now, they're so tight. And they look ridiculous if you wear them without pads.
No, I
and
know.
they're like all puffed up.
But Mount Cody's was a big one.
Mount Cody's was large.
It was a biggie.
How about old Mount?
Oh, buddy, he was
He
something.
lasted in the pros, didn't he?
He did. Didn't he did away with the Ravens for a while.
Yeah,
He did
about
all right.
2 years.
Greg, he did all right. Let's
Working
go.
at Winn-Dixie.
Let's go to Dale in Florida. Dale, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to bring up the point that where would Ohio State be if it wasn't for Trump? You know, he made the Big Ten start playing. So
Yeah,
He did challenge
Now,
her.
if it wasn't for Trump.
He did. He did.
He bullied them in the play.
That's right. As a matter of fact, Pelosi, because of the tie from Trump to the Big Ten, is trying to cancel the Big Ten.
That's right. And somehow she made it racial.
Well, like the. Can I tell you that? No, I better shut up. Never mind.
Rick, I do wonder, and at some point I want to ask the audience, the Georgia fans, how they feel about Justin Fields and the success he's had, letting him get away. Was that a good move at the time?
All right. Let's go
I
to.
kinda feel like if they thought he was better than Fromm, they'd have kept him.
Yeah, I know. You never know.
They'd have started.
You never know.
April in Coleman. April, go ahead.
Y'all pulling me down this morning talking about Alabama and the SEC team. I'm disappointed in everybody but Greg, of course. Y'all are draining me. There's no passion there. This is do y'all realize this is SEC? And I know. Look, I'm married to an Auburn fan. God bless y'all. But this is too much. Y'all are.
April.
This should be exciting. We should be.
I am fired up.
April.
Ready to go in the crop.
April.
I'm fired up. I don't believe it at all. Because look, this is the SEC team. I got family members that's up there in Ohio posting their players holding garbage cans on the practice field, like saying the SEC's trash and they're going to take us out. And I hear y'all, oh yeah, you know. I'm thinking, my God, can I not listen to y'all be pumped up just a little bit?
You
y'all
called
think
it, Greg.
about
April, listen to me.
Here,
April, settle, April. Yeah,
No.
yeah. April, settle. Do you really want Bill Bussey to start screaming "Roll Tide"? That's what we're trying to keep from happening.
Yeah.
You want that?
He jinxed everything.
Hey, your Bama friends are going to be on you if you start that. Because Bubba, I see he's listening to you. He's just about to get in that mic and say "Roll Tide," and if he does, April, what happens is on you.
If I ain't coughing.
That's right,
Guys, I've created a
he's got a houndstooth
scenario.
hat.
Rick, I've created a scenario that if it happens, I will tear up tonight. That's how fired up I'm about it. Waddle. Remember, I just told you what the
You love
greatest
those kinds of-
headline.
you love
You didn't
I
have enough
do.
passion, though. You didn't have enough
I
passion.
love that
love
kind
it.
of headline.
I bet you can't even get through Remember the Titans, can you?
Oh no.
Yeah,
No.
you just ball.
I'll tear up at Rudy.
Oh yeah, Even though it was
Brian's
offside.
song,
I know
no
he was
hope.
off.
Brian's song.
Oh, Brian's
Brian's
That'll
That's
song
make you
gets
cry.
me.
That's a different deal.
It gets me every time.
My goodness, you better go
Look,
get
Field
mentally
of
checked.
Dreams when Costner and his
Buddy.
dad are tossing back and forth. I tear up during that.
No, because his dad had to come back
I
from the
know
past.
that,
That's
Greg.
how you get teared
I
up
get
over
it,
that.
but I got caught up in it.
He's throwing with a ghost.
What about
there ain't nothing tear
I bet
jerking about
Secretariat makes me get
Oh
chills.
my goodness!
Oh, yeah.
Now you talking?
I don't even care about Orchard.
that? I was just
Don't
putting
either.
Field of Dreams.
I never saw that movie.
When Shoeless Joe Jackson shows up,
I don't
boy,
watch
oh
a lot
boy.
of horse movies.
Bubba,
You ain't never seen that.
you love
You better
Secretariat.
watch that and
You
Seabiscuit.
time out.
That's
You
two horse
haven't
movies.
seen Secretariat.
Bubba.
I haven't.
You need to
Good
watch that
gracious.
and Seabiscuit.
Bubba, it's as good as Men at Work.
I
promise.
can't. I can't take that, Bubba, and you being condescending all in the same week.
Really?
It's nowhere Eagles
Hey,
down.
you know what? He commented on Secretariat a little
He
condescending.
did.
He kind of said, "Why you waste time on stupid horse?"
I don't like to watch horse movies.
I mean, I cannot believe that.
Yeah, there's that tone again.
I think I have been. I think I should have been condescending a lot earlier. Really, if it's that shocking to everybody.
I may go home and watch the Secretariat before the game.
I saw it
tonight
2
and get
weeks
fired
ago.
Up.
Yeah, Disney Plus.
Tommy, New York. Tommy, what do you think, buddy?
Seabiscuit,
How you
same
see
way.
it tonight?
Hey guys, I'm guessing 38 Bama, 21. Who are they playing? I don't even know.
Ohio State. Ohio
That
State.
one,
yeah.
Tommy.
Hey! I'm not a big Bama fan. Or Ohio State? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay, but my Bama fans are emailing and texting me, telling me to call Bubba around game time starts and argue that time is a constant.
Get him off of it. We'll be back 15 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number.
Maybe it is, and I'm running out of it.
Oh. Now look, you done got through COVID. You got tiger blood now.
Yeah.
More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. And so we were talking earlier about looking back at the weekend a little bit as well. A big game tonight. We've talked about that a little bit. We've talked about some of the updates, and we'll get some more of that updates going on with the state of our country now. But we actually had fun headed up to Southeast Missouri, where you hear us on 106.1, and thank all of the folks there that carry our show. And a lot of you that listen, but I found out when I went up there, first of all, Bubba, there is, I know you've been a fan, and you and I one time got to go together, and I can't remember what the circumstances were around that to one of the Lambert's locations. The throwing roll. Did you and I go the one in Foley together one time?
Yeah, we did when we were all at the beach.
That's what I thought. So anyway, but the original, the family that started is Sikeston, Missouri. That's where it started. So where we had the Man Church One Day event is Charleston, Missouri, and that's about 25 minutes from Sikeston. But we actually stay in the hotel in Sikeston right across the street from Lambert's.
Right.
And
how convenient.
Oh, my friend.
They could throw a roll clean over to the hotel.
Adler, this picture he's holding right there, do you know what that is, Greg?
What is that?
I'm at Lambert's, and I have a piece of hog jowl, and I have used it as a spoon to dip black-eyed peas.
Granny Clampett would be so proud of you.
There's Wingo, guys. Wingo completely came off the rails. Wingo's a big eater when it goes bad.
When it goes bad, it goes bad.
We had to take Bones out in a wheelchair. Yeah.
Did I miss something on that?
What?
The Bones is in a wheelchair.
He was just playing around with it.
They have a wheelchair in there. Like if you eat too much, they'll wheel you out.
When I saw that, I thought,
that's my first thought too.
There's times I needed one of those.
Have I missed an email here?
Y'all, I've never seen Bones. I've seen Wingo go off the rails eating. He can go.
How's he doing?
He's doing good.
Because he had his foot
He's back now, just in the boot. He got another. He's had to have both of his ankles operated on from multiple injuries.
When I first saw the Bones picture with him in the wheelchair, I thought, well, maybe it's Wingo's, and I thought, there's no way Wingo would do that.
No,
so Wingo would toss that in the trash.
When Wingo had the surgery, I said, do I need to talk to them about you not being able to go with us to Missouri? He said, no, by Missouri, I will be standing in a boot. And guess where he was?
Standing in a boot.
He was standing in a boot. So anyway, we went there, and the thing, if you've never been to a Lambert's, the problem you have to watch if you're a big eater, okay, is there's so much food to be consumed the minute you sit down.
Oh, I know.
And so it's almost like, why are they asking you to order something off the menu? Because you're eating stuff that's coming by in buckets.
Mm-hmm.
They're throwing rolls to you. They have sorghum syrup. They have apple butter. Then here comes the black-eyed peas. Here comes the fried okra. And this stuff is coming to you. And then I looked, and on our table there was like fried catfish and hog jowl, and I was like, and then the waitress comes over and says, "Are y'all ready to order?" I'm like, "Ready to order."
I'm full.
But, look, and Wingo, I told you I would talk about this on air. Heard Wingo order a cinnamon rolls aside.
Side? Really?
They had cinnamon rolls as big as a wheel of meat. Oh, and I said, "What did you just say?" He said, "Well, can't I order as a side?" I said, "Did you just order a cinnamon rolls aside with chicken and dumplings?"
A baked potato and a cinnamon roll.
I went with chicken and dumplings. I went with cornbread. Let's have 2 rolls, Rick, and piece of cornbread. Cornbread, and then I think I had baked beans, and I can't remember what else. But then we had all that other stuff. But I sat there and consumed rolls, cornbread, sorghum syrup, apple butter, black-eyed peas, fried okra, catfish, hog jowl, chicken and dumplings. Cinnamon rolls came, banana pudding came. At one point, I said,
I need a wheelchair right now just listening.
But let me tell you what happened, because I tried to do better about eating. What it looked like, let me tell you what it looked like. It looked like that there was a rehab place on the way to a men's conference, and they dropped us off, and we were near a liquor store.
Yeah.
Hey, let me tell you something. We went bonkers in there.
Oh, I bet.
And then you get back, and Oscar, who has flown us around a lot, he always goes way over here. He always does. And the funny thing about it is one of the guys there at First Baptist Charleston, the first year we did this was last year, for some reason got in his mind that Oscar's name was Perez.
What?
And so
Wait a minute.
so of course we call
That's
him
not even close.
So of course we call him Perez the entire time. Okay, and he's like, "You gonna make that guy think he's right?" And I was like, "Oh, I said, look, you Perez here." And the guy said, "Tell you what, Perez, you need anything?" He said, "There he goes again." So anyway, and so
Perez.
so anyway,
funny.
but you know how sometimes you feel like, I've gone too far.
Yeah.
Hey,
Happens a lot.
hey, Bubba. You know, like that night you had to go to the emergency room. So all of us were feeling that way. Guys, we went back to the hotel, and we're supposed to be back ready to go at 7:45 the next morning. Now, I'll go ahead and openly admit this. Last year, we flew in on Friday because of weather. There was a weather situation. They worried about us getting there on Saturday.
Yeah.
I got in a bit of an uncomfortable, and that was the first time they took us out to Lambert, so that wasn't really the plan. So this year, and it's Eddie Barnhill and the guys at First Baptist Church, Charleston, Southeast Missouri. He says, "Well, now y'all gonna just come in for the thing on Saturday?" And I was like, "Well, no, hang on, man." And look, and then Sherry's like, "Now, why y'all going on Friday?" Well, I mean, you just never know about the weather. And she said, "Well, is there weather predicted?" Well,
Not really, but
you know, that thing starts at 8:00. I mean, when something happens, we gotta make it. We gotta go on in Friday. And really, I'll be honest with you, we went in Friday for Lambert's.
yeah,
And that was so.
because you enjoyed it so last
Oh,
time.
Greg. But then why didn't I learn from last time?
You don't.
So,
Not when it comes to that.
So you know what happens, Bubba. You go in there, you lay down, and go, "Well, I'm going to sleep." Oh boy. Wish I could let off a little pressure. It seems like I'm struggling a little bit. Wish I felt a little better going to sleep. Really full.
yeah.
And then, buddy, about 1 a.m.
Hey now, hey friend.
You look up, and old hog jowl standing next to the bed.
Hey now,
Remember me?
Remember me?
not used to eating this kind of food anymore.
Sorghum syrup, apple butter, rolls, cornbread. They're all standing there. And they're just looking at you. Remember us, buddy? You have some fun? A catfish swims by.
You were all about us earlier.
Hey, catfish swims by.
There he goes. Remember me?
You remember us? And you know how when you, because I had not slept well.
A lot of rolls came by.
Yeah, I had not slept well the night before. I mean, I didn't
sleep good.
I didn't have a lot of sleep, so I thought, well, I'm gonna pass out Friday night and go to sleep hard, so I'll get up and be ready for Saturday morning. So have you ever been? So I was in that deep sleep, but now all these food items are trying to wake me up.
Oh, yeah.
and they're trying to tell me, "Get up, Rick." And you start thinking weird thoughts. Why am I waking up? What's wrong with me?
What am I doing?
What's this pain? I'm in pain, and you realize it's your stomach.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? You're like, what's waking me up? I don't know what I'm doing. Where am I? You know, and you can just see all the catfish like, you got to get up. You know what I mean? You got to get up. You know, you remember how you got to get up. You know what I mean? The dumplings like, get up. You know, and
Chicken walk by.
You got to get up out of here. You know, Cinnamon Roll says, "I can't believe you invited me. What are you?
Yeah, what am I doing?
What's
I'm
your
not a
problem?
side."
Did you really try to eat a cinnamon roll? You idiot!" And so it got ugly.
It's worth it.
It was so funny to see everybody in the hotel lobby the next morning just sitting there. I said, "How'd everybody sleep?" Not well. Not well. How about Perez? He announced. He said, "I may never eat again." He said, "I say that last year. I may never eat another meal." Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. the gravy.
35 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba show as we make our way back. HelloFresh.com. Looking to add some spice or maybe some sizzle to the life? How about taking advantage of HelloFresh's limited time New Year sale? Hit refresh on your dinner routine in 2021. Make things a little more interesting. Get delicious recipes and fresh pre-portioned ingredients. Now, they source these directly from growers and deliver them right to your door. They have more than 23 weekly recipes. There's something for everyone to enjoy, including family-friendly, vegetarian, low-calorie, if you need any of that, no matter what. It's everything from family-friendly, which means we just want great meals, low-calorie, I'm trying to do a little better. There are vegetarians out there, and that to each his own. I'm not like some of the big tech companies. I'm not trying to censor you. If you want that, that's your prerogative. Now, I can't be forced for me to like it, but you certainly can, and that is available. So why don't you go to HelloFresh.com? Recipe cards too are easy to follow. So what you're going to do, every meal's got a badge, got a recipe in it. You follow the recipe, the ingredients are there, and 40% you're going to save on your grocery bill. You can cut food waste too by 25% because they're sending you what you need for whatever size family or group you're dealing with. Free shipping also, and we're going to get you free 10 free meals right now plus the free shipping. If you go to HelloFresh.com, now use the promo code BUBBA, BUBBA. You do that, and it's their big New Year sale. We'll get you 10 free meals plus free shipping. So take advantage of this right now. This is a great service. You're going to love this now more than ever. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So talking about, and a big thank you, I told you about the Friday night fun we had. A big thank you to First Baptist Church, Charleston, Missouri, where they listen to us on 106.1 there, and Eddie Barnhill, who's been contacted me last year. They put this thing together, and they do it. I think I like this, Bub. I think you'll like this format too. And we offer this at themanchurch.com, and we really got the design from when Eddie and all the guys that do an incredible job there at First Baptist Charleston said, we kind of thought of an idea. We're trying to take men's ministry and be strategic, because there's the way that you maybe wish men were, and then there's the way we really are.
Right.
Okay, and
Betty says something about that all the time.
And you probably want to do that. And one thing that I think that is not good with men's ministry, if you can get around it, just like with our curriculum, we don't say here's a workbook that you have to go work, because in my opinion, the few times I've been in attempts at Bible studies involving men, when I'm given a workbook or fill in the blank and all that, when I did it about 2 hours before I was going to the and so I didn't learn anything. And so the way we have ours set up is that we're really grinding through the scriptures. And so this was they were going to kick it off, and then they start tomorrow. And the 40-week curriculum, and we got a brand new 40-week curriculum that's coming out again this year. So now we'll have 2 of them that you can choose from if you've already done the other one. We have individual resources for men and all that. And we also do something called a Man Church One Day. And we got this idea from Eddie and the guys. And what they do is you're only committed to one half day, as opposed to I got to come in on Friday, get a hotel room, spend the night. Right. You really just, and some people had to do that because they came from, which I'll tell you in a minute, came from a long way away. So, but what you do, you get up 8 o'clock. They got breakfast waiting on you. Go in there. We got a little praise and worship music going. Hey, Eddie gets up there. Welcome. Here's what we're going to do today. Boom. Rich Wing goes up. Session 1. And then Rich, and that's who was with us this time. He teaches, and then he comes down. We do a bathroom break. Everybody goes out, does that. We come back in. Got some praise and worship going. Boom. Come up. Here comes Rick. Here comes Rick for session 2, and we talk a little bit like that, and we go this, and then hey, how about this? We're going to break for lunch. Everybody's going to go to lunch. We come back from the lunch. Now we got a panel. We got me and Rich, and then 2 pastors, Lee Moore, who also works with manchurch.com. He was on the panel, and then they've all written down questions. We pick up these questions, and we answer some of the questions on their mind that maybe we're not going to cover in the sessions because we didn't know what they want us to talk about. Then we do that, and then we take a little break, do a little praise and worship. Then here comes the rest of the next 2 sessions, and then we wrap you up and have you out the door by 2 o'clock. So it's really, and it ran extremely smooth, which is a credit to everybody who was there. And so we were thinking about, what would this be, something local, and COVID this and COVID that, trying to get the numbers down. And so I got an email, and if you remember, I met a guy in the bathroom who was from St. Louis, and I said, "So you're from St. Louis?" And I said, "What kind of drive was that for you?" He said, "About 2.5, 3 hours." I said, "Well, how do you get the show in St. Louis?" And he said, "Well, really what I do
is I just go to y'all's affiliates and see who has iHeartRadio.
Mm-hmm.
So actually, in St. Louis, I listen to the show on 100.3 out of Huntsville, but it's streaming on the iHeartRadio app. I said, okay. So then we get word
streaming,
and he tried to call the show, and I think whatever, and I know I got an email from him. So all of a sudden we get word that there's a guy there from Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
Minnesota. I mean, and I'm not just talking about kind of Minnesota. I'm talking about he's up.
Kind of Minnesota's a long way.
Yeah, right there he is. Mark from Minnesota, and he's from up above Minneapolis. And I, of course, asked him. I said, "Tell me now what state you're from," because I want him to say it.
Right,
Minnesota. I'm from Minnesota.
Minnesota.
And he was there, and he said that he hears us on the TuneIn app. And he said, "What I do is just use any of the platforms. I might go YouTube, I might go TuneIn app." And what happened? He said he was doing business in Montgomery, and heard us on I-92. And he said, now, back in the day when I first heard you, man, I struggled to try to find y'all. I tried to do first off, remember the first thing we ever would do, we go to our website and you can stream it.
Mm-hmm.
He said, and I tried those things. And he goes, but now, he said, I can listen to you. You are my show in, just north of Minneapolis. And he came all the way down on their way to duck hunt in Mississippi.
Wow.
And they stopped off at the conference. And it was funny because I kind of want one of the things I want to address on this, and it might be a bigger undertaking, but we're doing this thing with themanchurch.com is a national attempt to reach and disciple men and providing all the things you would need. And he goes, I said, you could have just maybe talked to us about having one of these at your church. And he was like, well, I wouldn't come all the way to Minnesota. I said, we absolutely come to Minnesota. Hey, we'll go anywhere. If we can make it work, we'll go.
Preferably in the spring to summer.
Yeah, right. Well, I told him, I said, now you need to do yours in the summer.
We don't want to land on a lake and slide.
But let me tell you something that was cool, and I don't want to get overly serious here, but this is a big deal, especially in the times we're living in, because I think sometimes, and we talked about this, I think and you can hear it in the show, you can hear it in the emails, you even heard it with, was it Mike from New Jersey, and all this. And I think we're getting so overwhelmed right now because we don't know what to do. What can we do? I mean, is this over? Is there anything? Can we not turn this society around and whatever? And I think it's just like in men's ministry, we're talking about this, and I went through this too, because men are kind of designed, what's the plan? Mm-hmm. What's the game plan? And we do have a plan. But I think sometimes we get so overwhelmed with concentrating on all these different things when really it kind of simplifies if you get down to one thing. And Jesus talks about this in chapter 15 in one of our sessions. We talked about this. It was the last one by design to the time of decision. He said, abide in me. Because apart from me, you can't do anything. And he says, you abide in me and I abide in you and you abide in my words. Know the things I've said about myself. And then you will produce fruit. That's important. Proving, that's important, that you're my disciples. That's what proves it. So a disciple of Jesus produced the fruits of the Holy Spirit, the presence of Christ, because we're abiding in him. Now, abide's a big word. That means a lot. That means to be in agreement with. That means to never leave. That means I am locked and loaded, and I am abiding in you. So I make the center of my life to abide in Jesus, because apart from him, I can't change me. I can't change anything. And then if I abide in him, he changes me. So he's doing it. Our part is to go to him and say we will abide in him like we do everything else we deem of value. So with that being said, these men were responding to that. I said, this is not a new code of conduct. This is not legalism. This is not me giving you some 12-step program. It's a one-step program, and it's called Abide. Abide in Jesus. Repent, be redeemed, and abide in him and become his disciple, and then he will produce a different person. Okay? Well, with that being said, here's an idea. What if that's what we concentrated on?
Yeah.
Like Mike said, and I thought about this very topic. Mike said, and I'm appalled, even though I was on the wrong side of this issue at one time in my life, and I've repented of that. I'm appalled that 42 million infants were killed in this world last year. It's appalling. And how many were killed in this country? It's appalling. But I think what we're starting to do that we don't need to do, and Mike, you could hear the frustration in Mike. Mike, I understand it. I'm not getting on you. The government needs to do something. We need to overturn Roe v. Wade. And what politicians do is they take Roe v. Wade and they hold it in front of you like bait, and they say, hey, vote for me. I'm going to overturn Roe v. Wade. Vote for me, and I'll shut down gay marriage. And they don't do it. Okay? They're not going to do it. Yeah. So what we need to concentrate on is forget the government's going to solve our problems. Let Jesus solve them. And we need to say to the woman and the man who ended up with a child that they don't want, why are you thinking you should kill it? What if we changed your attitude about it? Look, people of faith still make mistakes. Doesn't mean we'll never have a child that was conceived that maybe that wasn't the plan. Somebody made a mistake, had a moment. I got it. Look, been there, understand it. But if a person is someone who just made a mistake, that's not their lifestyle, their first thought would be, if I'm not going to raise this child, I'm going to let somebody else raise it.
Right.
Not that I'm going to kill it.
Right.
So why do we want to kill our babies? We might want to address that.
Yeah.
And see, we can address that spiritually.
Yeah.
Same thing, and I'll give you a perfect example of this. So I got a text from him, and I mean, this is something, this ought to fire everybody up. Because if we can change men with Jesus, and people too, but start with, men there's an influence there that we got to deal with. And I got this email the next Sunday morning. Okay, this was the next Sunday morning after we did and we talked about this, and Rich did such a great job, and Lee and all the people there, they did such a good job. Here it is from a guy who's been saying, what have I got to do to get men? And I had men come into me. Here's a church that they may have 300 members. Okay, they're a medium to small church. And there were guys sitting there with me. We were eating. They said, I go to a church that's got 1,000, 2,000 people. We have no men's ministry whatsoever. Here's a church with 300 that cares about discipling men more than my church does. And that's a shame. Yeah. I think that's pathetic. But we'll come alongside anybody that wants to do it. And he says, he said, I'm literally in tears right now. We've had to carry chairs into our young adult classroom twice because young men have shown up for church that we haven't seen in years.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that didn't take. All you had to do was say, "Hey guys, here it is. Give them a passion for Jesus."
And the local church is where that starts.
Local church.
Our influence, 3 miles from our house, ought to be our sphere of influence. Our biggest impact: schools, churches, community.
Well, we are now.
Quit worrying about all this.
We're becoming the
we can't
problem.
control.
We, even as people of faith, are starting to think the government's supposed to do our job.
Absolutely.
And they ain't gonna change anything.
No.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
8 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number as we make our way back. All right, so, and I had an emailer tell me they did the very same thing. Now, look, we're getting older, and we all acknowledge that. Man, we're getting old. We're getting older. We're getting older. But I thought Tommy Lasorda was already dead.
Rick, I thought we had a discussion about him dying last week.
I did too, and a listener, I had a listener said,
seriously, we didn't talk about this Thursday or Friday last week.
Bubba, this is not going to help. I had a listener that said when it announced on his radio Friday, he said, "What, he died again?"
I thought it was before the holidays, but we've talked about him because every time his name comes up, we talk about the time we walked in the hotel in Orlando and he was there in the lobby.
Yeah, and gave us a ton and didn't need to.
Yeah, I
mean,
mean,
he
hugged
was so
Bubba.
nice.
I think he hugged Bubba.
All right.
He really was. He was very, very.
Because we walk in and we all went,
so
"Hey,
time out.
Tommy Lasorda."
Time out. So we may
So
be.
that time Terry Bowden took our limo from us.
All right, so I
Tried to.
Friday night, I'm watching the news,
Didn't
and
he
they're
get
talking about death of Tommy Lasorda, okay? But I'm seeing right here, it says time of death, January the 7th, which
Okay.
was Thursday.
But still.
But
No,
I don't.
but we
but
didn't
I don't-
talk about him then.
We didn't talk about it Friday.
Bubba's
did we?
claiming us when
I think we did.
Bubba has got-
have a
I don't think
vivid
we
memory
did.
of Greg saying exactly what he said.
Yeah, we did.
Just saying.
Speedy
No, he did say that, but I don't think it was. I
Tommy
don't think it
Lasorda
was Friday.
story we ever brought up,
Yeah,
we always
yeah.
went to that.
Right. I don't think it was Friday. But we did.
And every time we tell it, suddenly we're closer to him than we originally were. I mean, I keep telling him we sat down and ate dinner with him.
All right, here's the
No,
thing.
he was just very nice, and he didn't need to be.
But here's the
I mean,
thing.
he could have blown us off.
We just started hollering, "Hey, Tommy Lasorda."
like a dandelion.
He was a lot.
You
He was
know?
a lot nicer.
He was.
Than the space guy. What was his name?
Alan Shepard.
Alan Shepard.
Dang it! I was
Rick. He ain't even Alan's lead.
No, he was so much nicer than Alan Shepard.
Yeah, Rick.
And I
Rick
had,
a pit bull's
you know,
nicer than
we talked
Alan.
about that before. I had a lot of people send me pictures of them with Alan Shepard and said he was nice to me.
Well, if you got a
I
drink,
think we
you
caught
got-
him at a bad moment.
Well,
you
y'all
know,
didn't
you
have
know
a
what
drink
it
with
was,
him.
Greg. You know, probably offended him somehow.
Well, no. I honestly, you may have been condescending to him. We don't know.
Well, that's true. That's true. You know how you got that tone.
Not to space.
No, not to space.
I was raised.
Bottom
on him.
line,
Hey, I was raised on him.
Rick, everybody that's got a good picture with him, if you look, they got a drink in there.
I know. Well, that one guy said we were out drinking with him. He was fine with us, and you know, and that was back when Bubba was going to a Baptist church, so we couldn't do that.
That's it. It was over with.
So anyway, but I think, Bubba, I'm looking at this. It may help us. Said Lasorda was in the hospital battling health issues, and we may have talked about the day he's in the hospital. He's not doing good. What was the conversation?
Like early November, he was sent to the hospital because of heart
Was it
complications.
that far back?
And so
It's
I
much
think we
further than
talked
you
about,
think
and
it
that
was.
was the story, and we talked about it. And he did pass away late Thursday night, but the team and everybody, they didn't announce it until Friday. And
But
so
we
didn't know
talked about him being on the edge of death in November.
right, having heart issues,
Right.
and that's what ended up getting him.
That was our conversation. Bubba.
And we went into our famous Orlando story.
Now, for some reason, we think it was last week, but it was back before we went on vacation.
Bubba's claiming it was Thursday.
I think we discussed it twice.
Well, let's be honest. We can't remember time frames anymore. It's everything. Let me tell every one of you
Look,
this.
I was in the COVID fog still.
Hey,
Come
let me
on.
tell all of you
Can't
this.
blame me.
I've been discovering this. Things that you think were 30 days ago were actually 120 days ago.
That's exactly
or
right.
90 days ago. I've been making that mistake a lot lately. Yeah, wasn't that 2 weeks ago?
Because
2 weeks
I
ago. Rick,
knew-
my gosh, that was in the summer.
I knew we didn't do Tommy. Oh, there he is with the Philly Fanatic.
Yeah, we
we
showed
didn't
this.
do the story last week. So if that's the case, it had to have been before we went on vacation, which was way further than I thought it was.
Yeah, Greg. No, it was much further back.
Top
It's in
5
November.
manager of all time for me.
Top what?
Easily. Top 5 manager of all time for me.
Oh, when I was growing up, he was.
You didn't care about Tommy Lasorda.
Oh, he was an icon.
But I know, but you didn't pull for the doctors.
No. I'm just talking about he
You
was
were
like
the big
he was
red
like one of the
machine.
most famous guys in baseball.
You like Whitey.
Oh,
What was his name?
not Whitey Herzog.
No, that was
Sparky Anderson.
Yeah, Sparky. Whitey Herzog was the Cardinals. Wasn't he?
Yeah.
Hey, he was a fireball.
Billy Martin was another one.
Yeah, we used to have some.
Oh, yeah.
Lou Piniella.
All those. Billy Martin was the classic.
I know why
The
Bubba.
Yankees fired him about 5 times.
And he'd fight in a minute.
But how many times did he coach the Yankees?
Can I,
It was unbelievable.
can I tell y'all
Well,
this? And I feel
he'd
bad for.
coach, he'd have fallen out. They'd fire him. They'd get bad. They'd bring him back. They got good again. He'd fight with somebody.
Don't
throw
forget
him
him
out.
and Reggie Jackson were
Yeah.
punching each other
In the dugout.
they got black eye.
Can I tell you this? I feel bad, and Bubba, you've talked about weeping for those who didn't grow up in the '80s. But,
Oh, I do.
But I'll go further. I really hate that some of y'all that are sports fans now, y'all don't understand. There was a time when sports was just sports.
Oh, yeah.
And it
Oh,
was
yeah.
pure, and it was fun,
It was.
and it didn't have all
Rick,
this
life
political.
in the '80s. Look, we had different political leanings. We called each other names, made fun of each other, and went on about our business.
I know. But
put our members only jacket on and went and had a good time.
Do you remember when sports was just sports?
Yeah.
And it was all entertainment. And Max Kellerman wasn't weeping, afraid everybody was going to think he was a racist.
And nobody had to apologize every time they use a something word. I've got 2 stories today on that, and I feel kind of childish when we go N word, F word, word, that word.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. But anyway, we have to make public apologies. We got 2 of those stories.
Do you think Dandy Don Meredith would have
look there? They're fighting.
Yeah. Do you think Dandy Don Meredith on a Monday Night Football broadcast when they were all doing Monday Night Football would have commented on the Capitol being run?
No, Rick, not in the middle of the game.
No.
You know the thing about Billy Martin fighting? He wasn't big as a minute.
No.
I mean, these guys were a lot bigger than him. He'd fight in a minute.
He wasn't scared of nothing.
You remember him with the umpires, too? Oh, my gosh.
He'd get kicked.
It was
He'd
classic.
kick dirt as
he
good
would
as
fight
anybody.
his own players. He would fight the umpires. He would fight everybody. Look
there they
in
go.
the middle,
There
trying
they
to
go.
hold him off.
That's Tommy Lasorda holding him back. We're the only people that
Hey,
can
that's a
start
big
talking about
guy.
Tommy Lasorda. It ends up being a Billy Martin bit.
How did that happen? How did that happen?
And on that note, is Billy Martin dead?
He'd been
Dead long ago.
Did he die in a car crash?
It's like I also claim he died last year, and it was about 12 years ago.
Oh, he died. Man, it was
Greg,
a
you
long
got
time.
him in a car crash.
I may have made that.
What'd you throw?
I'm thinking
crashing?
about Billy Shoemaker.
What'd you throw?
Well, he
car
may
crash
have.
in there?
I don't know.
I thought he did. Maybe he did.
Did he? I don't know.
Or he got injured. Maybe that ain't what took him out.
Wow, he did die a long time ago.
Yeah, it was way back.
Yeah. But how do we turn a tribute to Tommy?
That's on me. I brought up.
We got completely.
I
off
said
Tommy
top
Lasorda.
5 managers was Lasorda, and then I started naming my other ones for some reason.
There we go. So Tommy Lasorda went on in at 93.
Billy Martin's been dead.
Yeah.
In case you are keeping score.
Right.
1989.
Wow.
And
he was killed in a car crash. It's
Okay.
Greg.
Golly, I knew it.
Now,
Icy
I
road.
doubted myself for just a second. What's wrong with me?
Now Pete Van Warren is still alive, right?
Yeah, now he ain't feeling good. He's like,
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Is this the real life? Or is this just radio? Caught up in the landslide they call the Rick and Bubba Show. Open your ears, conquer all your fears and see. They're just two big boys, always on my radio. Make sure you're always up, never bored. They love to laugh, love the Lord. Anyway the ratings go doesn't really matter to me. To me.
7 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We got a lot to do going forward. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here in the mix. And we thank you for being here for another hour. O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events. By the way, we'll take your phone calls. Harry Murdahl standing by now. O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events. We reviewed our Man Church event in Charleston, Missouri. We're back for another one this Thursday night. Looking forward to heading back to Laurel, Mississippi. Be there coming up this Thursday night for the Man Church kickoff as they'll be dialing in the men's discipleship strategy and Journey Church in Laurel, Mississippi. So all of you men that are planning on being there, look forward to seeing all of you coming up this Thursday night. January 21st, men's event in Leeds, Alabama at First Baptist Leeds. That's in the land of 104.7 WZZK. And then on the 22nd, Johnny Hunt and I, Central Baptist Church, men's steak dinner, Americus, Georgia. Find all these details and others by going to rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. O'Reilly Auto Parts, for all your car care needs, get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day. To Greg in Florence, Alabama, listening to WLAY. Greg, go ahead.
Greg.
Hey.
Good morning from the Great White North here.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, y'all got a little snow up there today, maybe.
Got a little bit. I was calling. I normally catch y'all on the podcast, and I listen later in the day and listen to the whole show. And I'm sort of just. I really don't know how to put into words what I'm feeling and what I'm trying to say. But last week, I believe it was Helmsy was talking about, and I understand he was, just. With everything that's happened, we're trying to calm down and just reflect and realize where we're at. And he said he was spouted how old he was and how many presidents, and nothing has really changed in his life. And as I listened to that, I agree to somewhat, and nothing major's changed. But then it just sort of troubled me all weekend because I got to thinking about it, and my personal life, but. I mean, wasn't that long ago when you couldn't get an abortion in this state? Wasn't that long ago when, both parties would have scoffed at gay marriage? And it wasn't that long ago when Congress would issue declares for the country to pray. And we've just gotten so far away from God.
Yeah, well, I'm not trying to defend Helmsy, but what I'm saying is I think you understood. You're really talking about two different points. Helmsy didn't say the country hasn't changed. He didn't say society hadn't changed. He said his personal life and the things that he has close to him has persevered through all these changes. That doesn't mean
that nobody cares. What he was trying to say is, don't think that we can't overcome another administration. But there's no doubt about it that society has changed drastically. But I will tell you, and I hate to be this guy, and you're right about turning away from God, and you're right about making choices. You're 100% right. But there's nothing in Scripture that tells you that as we go closer to the return of Christ, that things are going to get better.
Well, I hear you, and I agree with everything. And I love y'all. I love y'all. I mean, I love the show. I love him. I love everybody.
Oh, I know. Nobody's questioning that.
And we love you.
And you know what? I don't know you well enough to say I love you, but I probably do.
I do. I love you, man.
I love you for listening to this show.
I'm trying, so.
Yeah, but look, I understand what you're saying, and I understand what Helmsley's saying, because that's but eventually these things will. I mean, it is. I will say this. That's why I was saying last, and I hope that helped, Greg. I was saying last week, and you sound like you're a person of faith. If we are people of faith, I know where we need to be concentrating is we need to be advancing the kingdom of God, and to live as Christ, to die as gain, and sometimes I mean I was talking to my mother about this, and it's not a fun conversation, but she says, as my life is getting to the end, I kind of sense, even though I don't like it, that the Lord loves me enough, he's starting to take away my love of this world. I mean, I'm starting to realize heaven is better than this, a lot better.
Well, yeah.
And so, it's all part of God's plan, but I'm not saying it doesn't matter and that we shouldn't try. We're supposed to be salt and light. I mean, this shiny city on a hill, that's not America, that's the church. And so we need to do all those things. We have the hope, but I got news for you. No matter what happens to this country, I'm clinging to Jesus, and my hope is found only in him. And if that's not where your hope is found, you're setting yourself up for a big disappointment. But I understand society 100% has changed. And, buddy, I'm going to tell you, we said this earlier in the show, it went to where the church was the answer to our problems to the church is the problem. And we've got some evil people and an evil, tyrannical government, and things in this country are changing drastically. But what Helmsley was trying to say is don't be a Debbie Downer, because we've been through tough things as a country before. Do you think the Depression was tough on people?
Yeah.
You think World War II was tough on people? You think the Cuban Missile Crisis was tough on people? Guys, there's been some really bad times throughout world history long before this. But things are changing. I mean, there was a time you went to bed at night and you thought, I hope the Vikings don't come ashore and cut my throat.
Yeah.
And take everything I got. I ain't never experienced that. Have you?
No.
Rick, you have to get up every morning, start the fireplace to get warm, Golly, can you imagine? That's tough back then.
Mike in Alabama. Mike, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Y'all talking about communist sort of reminded me of one of the funniest things I've ever seen in sports. Lasorda put in a young pitcher. I think it was like he was a rookie or maybe his first time in a game. And he threw like 7 straight balls, 3-0 count on the second batter. And Lasorda goes trotting out to the mound. And I'm pretty good at reading lips, and the camera was right in his face. He looks at the pitcher and says, "You okay?" And the pitcher, and he had a look of concern on his face, and the pitcher nodded his head, yeah. He says, "You sure?" The pitcher says, "Yeah, And he goes, "Well, throw the ball over the blanket plate."
You okay? Yeah. You sure? Yeah. Well, then throw it over the plate. Keith in Defuniak Springs. Keith, go ahead. Keith.
Good morning, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, you guys remember when Trump won? How long it took Disney World to get him into the Hall of Presidents?
Did they ever?
How long do you think it's going to take him to get Biden in there?
Probably already ready to go.
I bet they had him made 3 months ago.
Does anybody know how to make a wax figure look confused?
Yeah, I know. They all kind of do.
Yeah, did you just? Let me tell you where he's struggling. Hey, boy, and look, we struggled. I mean, we're real clear on that. Boy, when he has to go think of numbers, when he has to pull up numbers, you ever see numbers come roaring in? He'll just shut his eyes and start trying to line them up. He did, but he really has a tough time on recall on numbers. Just pay attention to that. I know now I've planted something now. Y'all gonna start noticing.
Oh yeah.
You know how you never notice something, somebody brings it up, now it's all you hear.
Yeah.
All you see.
Oh yeah.
But he really has to give a running start on numbers.
Oh, and he'll blurt out a number that's way off.
23 million
billion.
It's who knows? I just like you said, Bubba, good days, bad days. Those bad days, they look rough.
You're gonna have a lot of footage coming up.
Oh yeah. It's 15 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. We'll get back to more of your phone calls at 866 We Be Big. But, Bubba, what really could be deemed a Your America.
America, promised land.
So, Bubba, if you voted not to certify the election results, you will be punished.
Yes, Rick, we have a report out today that several large companies may be actually punishing now people who they deem to be part of the problem, which is, again, it's you certainly can support anybody you want to, but the process of what we saw in the Capitol by the lawmakers is part of the constitutional process. Mm-hmm. That they can debate and vote not to accept votes from a certain state, and that they have a debate period about it. And that's what was going on. But it looks like now that Marriott International, world's largest hotel chain, and Blue Cross Blue Shield Association, said Sunday they will suspend donations to U.S. lawmakers who voted last week against certifying President-elect Joe Biden.
Well, Bubba, you said it in the break. The left has just become a bunch of bullies.
They're a bunch of bullies.
They're
going to tell everybody what to think.
They bully.
Now, listen, here's the thing. There were illegal activities going on at the Capitol. Those people are being hunted down now and prosecuted. What the Congress was doing was not illegal. It was in the Constitution. It was a part of the process that had to work itself out. They said, and I am quoting, they have taken the destructive events at the Capitol to undermine the legitimate and fair election into consideration, and they will be pausing political giving from our Political Action Committee to those who voted against certification of the election, says a spokesperson, blah, blah, blah.
So if a senator or a representative decides that his or her constituents prefer them to use a constitutional allowance to not accept and certify the election results because of investigations going on about some voter fraud, they consider that to be punishable by them by withholding money.
Yes, and this is not the only ones. J.P. Morgan Chase said on Sunday it will pause all contributions from its Political Action Committee at least for 6 months. The Citigroup said in a memo to employees that it's reviewing lawmakers who led the charge against the certification of the Electoral College results, and found that it gave $1,000 to the campaign of Republican Senator Josh Hawley. And they said, we want you to be assured that we will not support candidates who do not respect the rule of law. Well, that's not technically true.
Well, yeah, it's allowed.
The elected officials were in their constitutional rights, what they were doing, and it was a process that had to work itself out.
So, are you saying that they I guess they did this in 2016 too? I guess when the Democrats didn't want to certify.
Well, they was like
they claimed it was
they
stolen.
were objected too, right?
Did they punish them?
I don't have any information on that. Don't have any information.
So this is more political than principle.
You know how
I think it's more of a knee-jerk corporate thing now to get people off our back.
You know how we've talked about the left took advantage of the pandemic to change the voting in each state that they, you know what I'm talking about? They were able to change the laws and they leaned on the pandemic.
Without going through the process that you're supposed to.
Yeah, big tech is leaning on what happened to take advantage of what they've always wanted to do, and that is
have control, total control.
But they're taking, they're like, okay, let's seize this. This is an out.
Oh, yeah.
To Jennifer, eclectic Alabama.
Bullying is what I'm like.
It is bullying. Mm-hmm. The left is a bunch of bullies. They always have been. So Jennifer, go ahead.
Hey guys, how are y'all?
We are good. Hope you're okay.
Oh, we are. I just wanted to call and wish you guys a very, very happy New Year.
Thank you.
And let you guys know how much of a blessing you guys have been to my family. My husband had a stroke about 2 years ago.
Sorry.
That affected his the cerebellum part of the brain, which is kind of the emotional state of mind.
Yep.
So, he has good days and bad days, and when he's having a bad day, his thing is to
plug in and either listen to past Rick and Bubba's or current or get on to date or whatever, and it just helps him get through that moment or get through that day. So I just can't thank you guys enough for being there. And his thing is when y'all get the golden tickets and actually get to get visitors again is to come see you guys in person. So
well, I hope that works out, and thank you. That's awesome, and I'm so glad that can be used to help him through the tough times and help both of you. That's a very nice thing to say.
Thank you very much,
and appreciate that. And I hope your husband's having a good day today. Donnie in Alabama. Donnie, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Well, actually, it's Donna, but that's okay.
Hey, Donna.
Hey, Donnie.
Guys.
Hey, Donnie.
I just want to tell you how much I enjoyed Mr. Wilburn's podcast over the weekend. I was a little sorry y'all didn't schedule an intervention with him to help Speedy with his smoking addiction. But I wanted to say, would you have Coach Burgess on and Mac Daddy and do them for a podcast?
No. N-O period, no.
Please
that will not happen.
Oh, boy.
But it's a nice
the
idea.
Burgess bits are some of my favorites. Coach Burgess bits are just the best.
Yeah, well, it's too unpredictable, and it was just sometimes we like for that to be 45 minutes and then we go on, but but I appreciate you saying that. Greg and I have. I thought we had a normal childhood. I've realized that our childhood was unique, but I wouldn't swap it for anybody else. So let's
awesome.
Let's go to Mike in Reeltown. Mike, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Hey, how y'all doing today?
We're great.
Good, buddy.
Yeah, first of all, I just want to say thank you. I've been listening to y'all since I was in about third grade. So I'm in my last semester of college now.
Wow.
I just think it's crazy how the world is starting to look like a Star Wars.
I understand what you're saying, and you're right, actually. If you go back to the original,
it really does.
Book
the original trilogy. You got an older male figure that just wants to take over and become well, I guess you can call a whole party that, but they just
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
We'd have better.
I was ready.
Lost his way there about halfway through.
I was really ready for some ripping.
He came out of it. He had it. I mean, he had me when he says like Star Wars.
I was like, I like how we were agreeing with him. Yeah. So, tell us how.
My nose hit the mic. I was leaning in.
Well, they've got an older guy. Or party, or
I'm out. Star Wars. I didn't watch a lot of those, but I remember it being more than there was an older guy.
Yeah, Rick.
It was.
I think the comparison would be an empire with great power is doing all it can to stomp out any resistance or anybody that opposes them in any way.
There you go. Kind of wish you would have intervened for him sooner, but I think you 100%.
Well, when he just gave up.
I just.
hell with it.
Let me shut that down. I'm done. I'm going. Good. I'm out.
It's like you got tased.
I tried it. Hey, I tell you. I made a run at it. There's an old guy that's a party. It's almost like he lost the storyline of Star Wars. It was like, or he
realized, well, I didn't mean Star Wars. I meant these other things.
Doggone, I meant Star Trek. I've been there.
Oh, that's good.
It's kind of like the movie Rudy. Now that I think about it. Wait a minute. No. Remember the time.
It's a lot like Bugs Bunny in the Road.
It's Breakfast Club.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. Come on with it. Phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Harry Murdahl standing there to go. MyPillow.com. Uncharted times, folks. Right now, more than ever, you want to choose companies and patronize products and know what you're supporting now more than ever. Well, with Lindell, you know what you're supporting. It is... But let me tell you something. They got great American workers there. He gives a lot of them second chances in life because he knows he was given a second chance. So if you are looking to support American exceptionalism, MyPillow.com is one way to do it. Their new bed sheets, new bath towels, washcloths, bathrobe, and maybe you want to sleep more comfortably since we're all working a lot harder. The mattress topper is fantastic, what you put on top of the bed. We have almost all these products. If you would like to get them now and save a lot of money, and I know, Greg, you love the old BOGOs, the old buy one, get one.
Buy one, get one BOGO.
BOGO.
King of the BOGO.
So go to MyPillow.com. You'll click there on radio listeners. There's a square there. Radio listeners, click on that. Put in the code Bubba, and for big discounts, buy one, get one free offers and all kinds of stuff. So enjoy that there at MyPillow.com. To Randy out of Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Randy, welcome.
Randy.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. How are y'all?
We're good. How are you doing?
Good. I need y'all's help on something. Man of faith, trying to work on some stuff. So when you go back, it's supposed to forgive some people, when you're past and stuff, and try to move on from it.
Yes.
So you were talking about Lambert's earlier. I was stationed at Fort Campbell. We used to fly up there and eat at the restaurant, but what you would do, you would fly from Fort Campbell as part of your training to for different reasons, for flying with night vision goggles or whatever. But so we fly up there in the day, go to dinner, fly back, all within regulations for, going to eat at a great restaurant.
Right.
But then we got some news reporter from up there in Clarksville that started around a story that's saying U.S. Army's running $7,000 buffet to go fly up there and eat at Lambert's.
Well, in all fairness, it's not buffet, but go ahead.
Well, you know what I'm saying.
No, I got you. I just want to get.
Do pilots not get to eat? Is that what she's trying to say?
Well, I'm saying we would fly up there unaided, and you go up there, and it's flying instruments, so it's training. And at night, you would fly instruments back with wearing goggles, your night vision.
Right.
So everybody gets signed off, and so. But why there? Why not eat at Lambert?
Absolutely.
You can eat wherever you want.
Got to eat.
Yeah, but then this reporter comes on and working for you, Clarksville, with this stupid story saying that we were doing $7,000 trips to go eat at Lambert's, and it was the taxpayer.
And
so next thing you know, we got reporters up there in newspapers, and they stopped all flights to Lambert's. So I just heard you talking about it. Broke my heart in the mid '90s. That was in the mid '90s. Here we are, 2020. I have not forgiven this person.
Well, let me ask you this: Let me ask you this. So now that you train, where are you taking $7,000 trips to eat now?
Well, no, it wasn't that. It was legitimate. They
I know,
would just take
but
the
I'm
car
saying
over to Lambert's and eat. But I mean, I'm retired now. I've been retired since 2013. But
I know, and I'm agreeing.
It made me think about it. It opened a wound.
Yeah.
And I understand that, but wherever they fly now to train, they have to eat. So now that's the new $7,000 buffet, quote unquote.
Man's got to eat.
So where are the crews eating now?
I don't know. I just know they canceled Lambert's.
That's all you
on
care
the roll
about.
since the mid '90s, and this is disappointing.
Well, I mean, they could be eating at McDonald's. They could be eating at Hardee's.
He hadn't forgiven. He hadn't forgiven the reporter yet.
Yeah.
So you got to let it go, man. Look, hey, bitterness. You know who bitterness hurts? Just hurts you.
That's right.
Boy, them
Well, I
rolls.
just heard you talking about hog jowls and rolls
know,
and all that, and I was still thinking, man, that person. I hope they're happy with their lives right now.
I know, Randy, and I hate to say this to you. Did you hear me talk about taking the hog jowl and using it as a spoon?
That's what I'm saying. I want you to see it. Literally, of all the things going on in the world, and we got reporters standing out front wanting to know what our dietary habits were.
See, you've resurfaced all these emotions,
Well, I was
Rick.
trying to help
Hope you're
you.
happy.
That's on me. But you know, I might be resurfacing his need to put it past him.
Yeah, that's true.
Boy, them rolls was good. But in fact, when they throw them to you, and you do that, and look, Bubba, it's a little so warm you have to put it in your plate real quick.
Oh yeah.
I know bread's an issue with you too. I love bread.
Oh,
I love a good piece of
bread.
bread.
Wilburns will tear up some bread.
Oh, we love bread. See, and when
I don't think bread's bad for you.
See, Sherry and I, we got married. Greg, she came
How
from
could
a
it be
family.
bad?
She came from a family that undoubtedly every meal did not require bread, and so she'd get these big meals on the table, and they were wonderful. I said, "Where's the bread?" She's like, "We don't do. We eat bread." I said, "You gotta have bread."
Rick, Jesus talked a lot about bread.
He did.
He also talked a lot about salt. So I don't think either one of them's bad for you. Moderation, come on.
Come on. Let's go to
Friends.
Not many of us had them. Dallas.
I got it, by the
in
way.
Trustful. Dallas, go ahead.
Hey guys, before I ask my question, earlier y'all were talking about Alabama, Ohio State game tonight. I'm an Alabama fan here. I'm gonna play it safe real quick. Tonight there will be a winner and a loser.
You are correct.
I saw Bubba.
Unless it's a tie and the lights go out.
I saw Bubba a minute ago get out one of them red hats with an A on it.
Yeah, I know.
All right, guys. Question. So with all this parlor issue going around, the platforms have, the big tech has kind of limited their voice, going to pretty much destroy that company. What happens to the Rick and Bubba show? Even though y'all are very diverse in what y'all talk about and discuss, both serious and fun, but on the serious topics, if they were to limit your voices on I guess YouTube platform, would we go back to a no YouTube version of Rick and Bubba?
Well, if they kicked us off, which I mean, they're already, they've let it be known they will censor. They've already let that be known. But if they were to say this was not an option for us anymore, then we would work on other options to do it because the technology works. It may be that there's two ways you can do this and stay in business, and that is you go behind a paywall and you charge a monthly fee, or you offer it free and put advertising in it. There are no other options as far as if you want to.
Or if you're a streaming service now, you do both.
Yeah, you can do both because that's the only way you stay in business. Now, we're all adults here, and the way this business works is commercials pay the freight. Okay, or subscriber fees. So there's the problem with going back to the Extreme Club, which would be great. It's a good idea. Is it's harder to it's not as accessible. Like you wouldn't have it on your smart TV. The way we'd have to kind of spend some money to be able for it to be you to put it on all platforms. The great thing about the YouTube option is it's so easy to access, and you have so many more people watching. So, but we would have to. I mean, if they start censoring us, because I tell you, what we're not going to do is we're not going to be told what we can and can't say in order to stay on the platform on things that we consider to be principled. So anyway, I hope that doesn't happen. I like this option. It's fun. It's easy. But if it were to happen, we would just look for another option.
You know how we talked about how mobs, when they see one mob get away with something, they will. And I fear this tech thing and their censorship. See, they've always wanted that power, but they were afraid to make that move because they were afraid Congress would come in and break them up or regulate them.
Right.
And now they know they won't for a period of time. So I think this is just the beginning. You'll see a whole lot more of this.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
Because they can get away with it.
To Dave in Gadsden. Dave, listen to Z93. Dave, go ahead. Dave?
Yeah, Dave.
It's me?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
go
Is your
ahead.
name Dave?
No, I'm Charles.
Charles in charge.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Are you a manager at Hardee's?
That's not even close to Dave.
Hardee's down on Rainbow Drive. I was breakfast manager.
All right, go ahead.
Okay.
I brought y'all biscuits a couple times in a row, left them at the desk, and y'all thanked me on the air, and my district leader showed up, had my name, and told me that I didn't have permission to be bringing y'all biscuits. So I presented him with the ticket where I had paid for them, told him I can take them wherever I want.
Watch it now.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? And
you're no longer there.
You know, we've had a history with
No
that
longer
location.
there.
Yeah, but you know what? You fueled the show that exists today.
That's right.
You're no longer on Parler.
That's right.
it.
You
Bubba, when you claimed you were going to go running or jogging or whatever, and I think your first call was from that location.
Did you?
And you were like, I'm right down
That's
the
one
road.
of my favorite shows when I jogged from Gadsden to Anderson.
It really was.
Yeah.
Do you remember?
How funny.
Do you remember? Did that guy sound like Killer Bees?
He did, a little bit.
To me?
He told us to save up.
He did, right as he was hanging up.
He asked me how to have the money to give it to you. I said, because I save up. This moonshiners thing with him is odd.
Yeah, everybody keeps bringing that up.
Yeah. What about this right here? I bet that's interesting. All right, we'll be back. We'll look at any headlines we missed. More of your phone calls coming up on any topic you want to talk about. 866-WE-BE-BIG when the Rick and Bubba show continues. Don't forget rickandbubba.com, all the different ways to get the show, as long as the platform allow us to be on right now. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
calls coming in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Wears his war wound like a crown. It calls his child Jesus. Likes a name. And it sends him to the finest schools in town. All right, your phone calls coming in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Leave all like some money. Let's go to Sport out of Aniana. Hey, what's up, Sport? Hey, Sport.
Top of the morning to you, laddies.
About it, time. Yeah, Sport. Yeah. You like you might be a sport.
Hey, hey, you guys are always talking about the free market. I see a great opportunity for Prodigy and MySpace to come back and pick up Pollard. Don't you?
Yeah.
The great MySpace.
What about AOL.com?
But Bubba and I have discussed it. So, and why does it seem to be that only libs can pull off being successful in this genre? That can't. I know there's others people are sending to us, but they're not of any consequence yet. I mean, why?
Well, you better take care of that server farm issue to begin with.
Yeah.
That's point number one. If you ain't got the hardware to run your software don't matter. Best code in the world's no good on a chip that can't run.
James in Texas. James, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
James.
Hey, R&B.
Hey, buddy.
Surprised y'all hadn't talked about the snow in Alabama this morning.
Well, over years of embarrassment of the way people in Alabama act about snow, I just, unless it's really blizzard conditions and, I'm almost embarrassed of it, the way we act. So I normally don't discuss it.
We had snowmageddon 2 weekends in a row here.
Where, in Texas?
Yes.
So what part of Texas?
Abilene area, right in the middle, and it went down toward the south of Dallas and coming back around. What y'all are getting on the tail end of it. So,
Well, how about that? Yeah, I enjoy snow. It's I don't like ice, but
when we're trapped.
Right.
Snow, good powdery
I'll
snow.
send you a picture.
Yeah, it's fun. But thank you very much. I appreciate that. But yeah, when it's just kind of a non-event, but I mean it's a very small part of the country.
And in our state, it's just the upper, most northern part, really.
But it's
north of Birmingham.
I mean, in our state, it's like people like, James Spann, look at this picture, and you look at somebody's like deck, and it'll have like a couple of patches on it.
Yeah.
Snowing like crazy over here in Coleman. Coming down. You're just kind of like, all right, guys, this is easy. Let's get a little more snow.
It's got to be more. It's got to be at least enough to cover up the paw of a cat.
Let's get snow pictures should feature a little more snow. At first, I thought it was a picture of your deck. I was like, well, this guy's got a nice day. Oh, he's trying to say snow.
I see some snow.
Let's go to Chase and Jasper. Chase, go ahead.
What's going on, fellas? Y'all doing all right?
Doing great.
Love the show. Hey, got a question.
Okay.
Over the last couple of days, what's happened with Trump and Pelosi and laptop, blackout, got 11 days. Does Trump make it or break it?
Think he makes the next 11 days, Bubsy?
As opposed to
being impeached, being removed.
No, there's no way. They don't have enough time.
Yeah. So
it's all just grandstanding. Look what I tried to do.
It's just they're just trying to grind the greasy spot now. So that I don't think they're having luck. I think, as a matter of fact, it'll have a negative approach. It's just going to galvanize supporters.
What about martial law?
Yeah. Why is that tank behind you?
And it's just my opinion.
I'm joking.
And I know I'm going out there, and I could be out there on the edge. Mm-hmm. I think that Trump is going to not show up for the inauguration like he said he wasn't. Pence will, and there'll be a transfer of power. And that'll be the end of it.
Just like we always do it.
Yep. Jesse in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Jesse, go ahead.
Yeah, I was wondering who y'all think Beth Mowins' pick is for tonight.
Oh, you're talking about Beth Mowins. I like the Crimson Tide. I like the Tide against the Buckeyes. Mac Jones, Najee Harris, picking up our yards. Heisman Trophy winner. You know what award she won, Bubba? He won? Heisman Devontae Smith.
Do you know she was in the state doing a basketball game Saturday?
I did a little Auburn versus Alabama basketball.
Oh, really?
Stream music, they call it here in the South. From downtown. It's good.
Oh, boy. I love it. Oh, Beth.
Justin Fields. Oh, back. Ouch. Ouch.
I love you so. Oh my!
Targeting, ouch!
I'm kind of surprised he came back from that hit.
Well, that was a tough one.
Yeah. He looked like he really got
had his head down.
Yeah.
Head down.
Yeah.
Ouch! Targeting, ouch! Greg in Sykeston, Missouri. Greg, welcome to the program, man. Good to be up there with you guys this past weekend.
Yeah, Rick, I tell you what, I was thrilled to get to see you in Charleston Saturday, and you and I spoke briefly. You asked me where I was from. I told you Benton. That's halfway between Cape and Sykes. And I told you I worked in St. Louis the night before.
Yeah.
And or the night before that, actually. I'm from Sykeston. I live in Benton. But yeah, you guys were talking about Lambert's. Man, I went to school with the general manager and the previous general manager and some of the other, guys who have managed and probably are managing now. And, I went to school with some of the Lambert boys.
Oh, boy.
My wife and I, we eat there once in a while. Those stories, the guys from Campbell, I knew about that. I didn't know that in the mid-'90s they made them stop doing it. I never realized that. But I knew they did that because, Sykeston's like real close to the edge. They're allowed to fly. I knew about that. And I knew they did that. And Lambert's would actually send a car over to get them. They'd call ahead. And Lambert's would actually send somebody, a staff member, over to pick them up and bring them to the restaurant to eat.
That's a shame we stopped there. Like Bubba said, they got to eat somewhere.
Yeah, look, once they land that plane and they're on lunch break, they can go wherever they want to.
Well, you guys, it was great. And I talked to the locals that took us, and I said, how many times do y'all eat at Lambert's? And it kind of shocked me. He said, not that often. We only go there when we have visitors. Because they said if we ate there all the time, we'd all weigh 400 pounds.
Oh, yeah. We couldn't go there.
There's nobody works hard enough to eat that regular.
Before my wife and I were married, I didn't eat there very often at all. But, and we still don't eat there real often. But once in a while, and sometimes sometimes it'd be just me and her.
Well,
sometimes we'll have one or two of the kids with us, sometimes a friend or two. But, we don't eat there as much as you might think, but we eat there a lot more than, I used to.
Look, that's the reason why God won't let Bubba and I live near one. But how about this? It was great.
You guys know there's one down in Foley, right?
Yeah, well, we don't Foley, but that's still a good little. It's too far away for Bubba and I to eat there like every other day. So, but
right.
Well, thanks, man. I had a great time there. You guys were great, and man, it was. That was one of those weekends where you leave there and you say, you know what, there's hope. Watching guys there and seeing the things that we saw,
I feel like God moved in that church Saturday. I really do.
No doubt about it, man. Thank you very much.
And God bless you, man. I appreciate you being there too.
No, Greg, it's my pleasure. Thank you, buddy. Let's go to Jay in Birmingham, 104.7. Jay, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you, buddy?
What's going on, Rick and Bubba?
How about it?
Man, I just want to call in and say how much I love listening to the show. I listen to the show every morning. I'm actually listening right now on your I'm watching live on your YouTube page. I just want to call in and say thank you.
What's up, Jay? Look, we all give me those up. Listen, Jay, we're waving at you. Jay. Thanks, man.
I just want to say thank you for giving me a view on life, man. I thank y'all so much.
Well, it's nice of you to take the time and encourage us today, too.
Thank you, Jay.
These calls like this and emails that encourage, they seem to kind of come right when you need them. So I appreciate that, Jay. Kind of you to do that. Glad you're out there. And you know what? You know what you're supposed to do? Tell other people about Rick and Bubba.
Right, spread the word.
Bring more people in the league.
Spread the word.
Thanks for being with us. If we're wrapping up today, another week has begun. Thanks for being with us. If you got more Rick and Bubba, then Lord willing, we'll be back. Find out how to get all the Rick and Bubba content there at Rick and Bubba. Spell out the word and.com. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and